Hey Mina, how you doing? You excited? You excited for more eating people? Some people snacks? Some citizen menu? I kind of figured this was a little early for you that you'd still be working, but um, just escaped some meetings. Um, how many of your colleagues have you eaten today? All right, so when we last left our hero, we were tasked with okay, so we joined the Ascalon Club, which is a secret cabal of vampires that kind of rule the city of London, and the leader of which was very enthusiastic about bringing us into their ranks. And his first instruction of us was to turn I guess, a prominent wealthy businessman who was dying of old age into a vampire, and we asked around and everyone was like, yeah, no, that's a bad idea, he's kind of an asshole, and making him into a vampire would just turn him into a mega asshole. And so we were just like, yeah, no, I think we'll just I think we'll make him just accept, come to terms in peace with being dead. And we did turn him into a vampire, and thus ended our very short membership to the Ascalon Club, because the leader of the Ascalon Club was not happy, so unhappy that he declared us enemy number one, persona non gratis of the Ascalon Club. Yeah, so we're not on good terms with them anymore. That's cool, though. We have a priest to eat, and we're hungry, so that is something I've been looking forward to for a while. And also, where? Oh yeah, this is his house, and he's very dead. He's dead and not a vampire, and that's the way we like him. So we're still at his house, and I thought I saw some flashing of things that we could keep looting, like like
It's locked, all right.
I I wish we could loot his body, because he probably has the key. Hmm. Anyway, yeah, no, we don't feel bad. I wonder if the key is just like around here somewhere. Yeah, there's the guy. There's the guy who hates us. He's just sort of sobbing at the front door because he didn't get his vampire pet that he wanted. And like he's making all these claims that he's this super powerful vampire with this super, rich heritage, vampire heritage, and our girlfriend, Lady Ashbury, excuse me, Elizabeth, has told us that he's actually secretly like not a vampire, not a powerful vampire. He's a vampire. He's just like kind of a wimpy. He's a wimpy vampire. He talks a big game, and he's convinced everyone that he's super hot shit, but he's not. He's pathetic. And that's why he wanted us to turn him into a vampire, and didn't want to make it himself. What's upstairs? I'm still convinced like there's a key around here somewhere. This guy's mansion is actually not all that. Really, we should just be loading up our pockets with all the gold stuff, but oh, this flower's dying. I think we're done with this place. All right, let's sounds like a lot like real life. Which part? I mean, I think a lot of what I described could be described in real life. I'm just curious which part specifically you're thinking of. Hello. Are you mad at me too? Who are you?
We meet again at the strangest of times, young Ekon.
Yeah.
So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget. What are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon. She sent me to warn you.
The wise Ekon. It's got to be Sean Hampton, right? Wait, how did you meet her? No! That's got to be Lady Ashbury.
How did you meet Lady
Yeah,
Ashbury?
I was right!
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. Just as you did.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
like
we're
her too.
we're 10-pulling her all day.
Lady Ashbury in the sewers? Now that's a sight I wish I'd seen.
She said she was your friend, and that she sought the identity of your maker. So I answered her questions.
But you didn't know the answer to that question. What questions did...
Did anyone see you? It's a long way from the dock sewers, and hunters are patrolling the streets here.
Who said I took the streets?
Yeah.
How do you
Come on,
think
Reed.
I survived for centuries in this city without ever being seen? I know all her secrets.
Yeah, you know all the tunnels and sewers of London,
Lady
I bet.
Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
I have
Wait,
questions.
Slow down. I need to ask you something.
I have to ask you things very
We
loudly!
don't have time to waste, so be quick.
Where is Lady
Where is
Ashbury?
Lady Ashbury right now?
She said she will go home. She needed to speak with some old friends first, though. Do not worry, young Ekon. She is no fool, and just as strong as you.
How did Elizabeth find you?
She presented herself humbly at our gate, and asked if we knew of any ancestral vampires hiding in London. She asked about Ascalon. She asked about many things.
What do you think of her?
Her soul is good, yet tainted with a deep sadness, and the scars of ancient wounds. Time does that to us immortals, for we have so much to dwell upon.
Why did she come to you?
I am old Bridget, the buried memory of the city. She sought the silent truths, truths I have kept hidden for so long.
Cool, I want him too. Tell me all you know.
Why do I feel like Lord Redgrave was particularly irritated to see you? Far more so than the average Skull, if I may say.
Because I used to know him quite well, and he is afraid I may remember who he really is.
You're Elizabeth's informant. You're the one who told her about Lord Redgrave's lies.
Reed,
regarding
you're a
his lineage.
brilliant detective for putting those two
But my
facts
words
together.
were not meant to hurt or threaten. I simply told the story of the sewer skulls, and of so many other forgotten children.
No time to lose, then. I must go there right away.
I shall return to my den. Have you a message for the lady? Should I see her before you?
No. No, too impersonal, way too personal. This is the right balance.
Tell her I worry about her.
Do not, for she has had strength and wisdom for so much longer than you. Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising.
Like, I didn't ask for your opinion. I just said, like, that's the message. That's all I want. Like, it's a nice gesture. Like, you know, you don't have to worry about it. She's strong. She woman. Like, I know, that's not what I meant. It just trying to be nice. Ah, okay. Hey, Colo, how's it going? This game is afoot. Not really afoot, but quarantine influenza. Keep out of this area. Okay, that's not where I want to go. I want to go this way. We want to open this door. We got to eat a guy. There's a guy who has been begging us to eat him for so long, but we haven't been able to. And finally, now is the time, and we are going to. Whoa! I did really think. Look how hard I'm thinking. Hmm. Ah! Come on. Oh, okay. There, he's kicking my ass now. No. Ah, stop it. And we descend into the cold earth. Another day, another learning. Sadly, not a Gwent day. Ah. Was it a school day? Is that what is that why the learning? Okay, we're gonna try this guy. We're gonna take this guy out this time. All right. Hello, sir. Okay, holy. Oh, you're learning web development. That's cool. There's a good career skill to learn. I mean, it's always going to be useful. As long as you stay current with your knowledge, you'll always have the ability to apply that skill. Like, the internet's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. I mean, for as long as there'll be careers. I mean, if there's complete and utter social collapse of humanity, maybe that skill will be less applicable, but then you'll have other things to worry about. Mina, did you miss anything? Did we lose? Did we? Yes, we looted the house. There wasn't much. I couldn't find the key to his vault, but we are now going to. Yeah, I died. You didn't have to, Horneck. You didn't have to tell her that. However, I think. Oh, we gotta reset this, because that's for my Rain World game. I don't know how to reset it. I'll have to look into it. Okay. Where? Oh, we gotta go back the way we came. We gotta go this way.
I should never have taken up my father's business.
I think there's a giant electromagnetic bomb that will kind of result in something very similar to a collapse. Like, a lot of things are going to shut down. A lot of our infrastructure would be no longer work. Yeah, there would be a pretty big collapse if that happened. Hello, sir. We need to have words.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son.
It's dinner, Whitaker, my father.
Are you still lost in your rational delusions?
No. Are you still delicious? Yep. You are totally yummy right now. Alright. So the reason why we're eating this guy is we found out that he likes to find sick prostitutes and burn them alive. And, like, all in the name of, like, cleansing the city of sin or some shit. Anyway, we gotta follow the blood trail. Right? Yeah, to find a nice place to snack. So he's a bad guy. He's a bad dude. It's not just because he's a priest. It's partly because he's a priest, but it's not just that. All right, and there's always going to be a little bit of a guilt trip. He's going to be like, what's he going to say?
Please forgive me, my lord, for my eyes were blind to the devil in front of me. My task will remain unachieved.
Yeah, good riddance. Oh, I don't even feel guilty about that. And we got a whole whack of experience. Okay, we gotta go to the Pembroke Hospital. Yeah, we do. So that's just a straight shot forward.
So pale, my lord.
No, we're...
Be
no. You made it. You made. Oh, Rock! I'm so glad you were here for the nomming.
Your prey is mine now.
We got. Okay, fine. Ow! I hate you so much. That's my trick. I hate it when vampires learn my tricks.
This is my territory.
Oh. You.
You're feeble. You have no style.
You guys. Oh my god.
Newborn.
Ah! Oh my god. Okay.
This is my territory.
I hate that move. That's the right direction? That's the right direction.
Watch out!
Whoa, you have a rocket launcher? Oh. Do you mind if you ask? Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely. You are totally welcome to. I might not look at it till after stream, but I will definitely look at it. Oh, right, I forgot. They blow up, they explode. That's the right direction? So easy to get lost? Yeah, alright.
Well. Show me how you defeated Fergal Puncher.
Absolutely, I would be happy to. Well, first I did this. Then I did that. Oh, then I fell over it. I did actually fall over it a little bit in my The lock-on skill is very disorienting.
Show me how you defeated Fergal.
I need to get out of here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, just in time. Man, it's a lot of fighting just to get back to the hospital.
What is this truck? Are the vampire hunters here already?
How's our plant doing? Okay, we can't check up on our plant again. That's just done. That's that stage of our immortal life is over now. We no longer have to worry about the plant. The plant is now immortal. We've given it holy water, and no, it wasn't holy water. It's just regular water. But anyway, right, Edgar. Edgar, how you doing?
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
We have a lot of experience points to spend, but we also have to... I don't think we should take a nap. Now is not the time for a nap. Although, what if it's like a big boss fight?
McCullum and his thugs are taking the credit for Edgar's abduction. They really mean business.
Oh, we're going upstairs. We're going up the stairs. Oh, we've never been up here before. There was an elevator. Why did we take the stairs? I never knew there was an elevator here. We are a doctor, trying to stay healthy. Oh no!
Ultraviolet curtains and ori calcium powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for one.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster, just like William Marshall did.
No, I'm trying to put an end to it. Just like you are.
You're its progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're in trouble now.
For modern technology. Time for the tried and true.
Amen to that.
Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
How do you get King Arthur's blood? What? Oh no. I may not be powerful enough for this boss fight.
Precious time.
True.
It is weird.
Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father.
Mmm.
You down!
Okay, we gotta get some blood. Gotta get some blood. Okay. He's a little unhinged, but he's good with the sword. Alright, I think we should level up a bit. And maybe we can't. Can we not? Alright. McCallum, just hold on one second. We gotta take a vampire nap. I put up a good fight. I did not. That fight lasted 10 seconds. Saw the King Arthur blood performance enhancing kingly. How does I don't care. I'm not gonna ask. Alright, we're gonna take a nap, then we're gonna go fighty fight. Alright, what do we need to what do we need? We got a lot of okay. So it used to do 40 damage. Now it does 50 damage, 15 stun. I could have done... Oh, right. Now it does, like, just a lot of stun. Okay, good. That might be a good thing to... Let's look at our option. Is there a power that makes you immune to swords? Kind of. We could up our hit points. That's probably actually a decent choice. We could up our beast mode from 400 to 500 damage, but that's not... it's probably... Now, this is something that I would like to change. I don't like the the three-pronged blood spear. I'd like it just have one concentrated attack. This, I think it's 270 split between... Yeah, I'd rather just have one concentrated one. That'd be pretty cool. Is there a way... Oh, reset, yeah. Spend 0 experience to reset skills. I'm told that I get one of these. Or I get one free one of these. XCOM 2 is kicking your ass right now? Oh, no. Tell me what's going on with XCOM 2. Maybe I can help. Not that I'm an expert at XCOM 2. It's been a long time. Never mind. I can't help. Okay. 400 healing. And recovery. Okay. This is a good one to get. This is going to be a good one to get. Ooh, it's 4,000. But still. I'm going to go for this stun attack. And maybe we spend the rest on... Sure. $1,500. Oh, we got just enough for... Wait. Yeah. Oh, right, this is a guy we killed. A highly respected resident of the city district. Highly respected. No one liked him. co-founder and head of... We didn't kill him. We just allowed him to die of old age. It was no secret that Mr. Dawson's health had recently declined. The once joyful businessman had almost totally disappeared from social events since the topic death of his twin brother. An influential man, Aloysius Dawson, was also a great art collector and a concerned philanthropist. Recently, he had campaigned for an audacious plan to save London from the Spanish flu by raising a quarantine wall to separate the districts and contain the epidemic. But only a few hours before his death, the magnate had given orders to cancel the construction of the wall. More surprisingly, large donations of money have been received by all major London hospitals, while equally important contributions have been made to the smaller clinics and dispensaries. Does it mean Aloysius Dawson, a man known for his fortitude and conservative opinions, was finally touched by grace? He was touched by something. Who could say? Only one thing is certain. All over the city, thanks to that man's late generosity, stocks of medical supplies have been replenished, and the death toll has significantly been lowered in the last 24 hours. No doubt hundreds of grateful citizens will be at the St. Mary churchyard to accompany the final journey of their benefactor. Failed a 94% hack. Reinforcements got called. Now I have 9 active enemies and only 5 units on your side. He shouldn't have tried to hack. I mean, 94%. You know what XCOM is like. You know what that that statistics in XCOM are unreliable. Okay. Thick blood. Ooh. Now we have strong stamina serum. Not that I use that. I use blood. And I use regenerating serum. Okay. Can we upgrade this to a level 5? No, not. We need good handle parts. Okay. Milton's shotgun is still a good choice. What about the remarkable saber? Can we upgrade that? No, don't have enough. Can we do this though? So it's in our offhand is that, and then okay. So what are our options? We can make it increase damage, absorb blood when the weapon hits. That might be the way to go. Enhanced handling, decreased stamina consumption. I like that. What is this? Decreased stamina and increased damage. So why don't we... Why don't we decrease the stamina and then add blood absorption to it? 2.5 blood absorption. It's not, it feels like it's not very much, but it would be enough if we got enough heals in. I actually think that the way to go would be to increase damage. Yeah. Decrease that. Okay. That's a two-hand weapon. That's a one. Yes. Stamina serum should be more than that. Oh wait, I don't want a stamina serum. What am I... We want regeneration serum. 6%. It's a failure. Has a 90% chance proc. Correct. That's how they get. This is a true hidden mechanic of XCOM.
Come on, Reed. Try something else. I know. It hurts, doesn't it?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Okay, I like the shotgun approach, but we got to pair that with because I didn't come in there with enough blood to be able to heal the wounds, but okay. First, we're gonna hit him with beast mode.
Show some style.
Fight like a man.
Oh! I need...
Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt. Freewind prevails.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got. He's hanging out in the light. Okay.
I'll pin you down. I know. It hurts, doesn't it? The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. Your
Okay,
poisonous bite is useless on me.
God damn it.
Show some style. Fight like a man. And if you're so innocent...
I think we got this. I think we're good.
Come on, Reed. Try something else. I know. It hurts, doesn't it?
It's alright. I'm sure it's like Excalibur or something. He's probably like got all of King Arthur's toys.
Close your eyes.
This is good.
Your poisonous bite is useless on me.
Here. I'll stand in the light and eat you. That was a lot easier that time.
We are the guardian of justice. Priwen shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
I want to collaborate. Yeah, we should collaborate.
I'm not saying we could be friends, you and I. But perhaps we could collaborate to put an end to this epidemic.
Never! We are Priwin. We do not negotiate. We do not compromise.
Well, then...
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now. For there is no way you can
I
sway
mean,
me to your ideals.
That wasn't what I wanted. We want the same thing. We want an end to the...
Mistaken.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
Oh. Heck yeah.
I'll make you a vampire. I'll make you one of us.
Yeah, I will.
No! Kill me!
Prepare yourself, Hunter. You're about to be hunted, just like me.
No! No!
When I kissed my poor Mary goodbye, I had no idea what I was doing. But now I do. Consider this my kiss of Judas.
Ew! Oh, that's disgusting! Just spit it out. You don't have to drink it.
Welcome to the world through the looking.
Hey, Alec, how you doing? Got it just in time for the grossest scene in the entire game. Man, that was awesome. We'll just puke in his mouth. Alright, well, let's see how that works out. Guard of Peru and have abducted Edward and brought him into the new headquarters inside Doris Fletcher's former theater. I shall go there as soon as possible. Yeah, alright. That's, guess we know where we're going now. That was pretty cool. Mina, how you doing? I know you're not a big fan of, that kind of stuff. Maybe not your favorite kind of snack. Blood snack. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're, where's the theater? The theater's, like, down here, I think. It's in this... It's, like, around here. You covered your eyes? Perfect! Let's get rid of these, because they tend to show up in... Okay. I think that's where the theater... Or the theater's down there. It's in this area somewhere. Killed your boss works for me now, by the way, so you know. And that means you all work for me. You guys are being very strangely quiet. It's like you know. Hello. Yeah, none of these guys are making noises. It's weird. Enough! Holy heck. I have the height advantage. Yeah, they're not saying anything. It's weird. Okay, so this is... Oh no, we still have more distance ground. Okay. I'm sure there's a way to reset it. Like... Like, I imagine if I exit the area and come back, it'll probably be fine, but it's not game-breaking at the moment. And honestly, their words don't interest me too much. They're just gonna shout leech over and over again. Keep going. Oh, I got a good handle part. I like this car. You like how the look at my pets thing is like... Yeah, I did. I thought that was appropriate. Oh, look, did you see I tried to make an animated slug cat, or cat slug, slug cat emote, but Twitch rejected it. They thought it was sexual. No, I haven't. I haven't done, I haven't even looked at Hunter yet, but, it's on my mind. It's something I'm gonna take a little break from Rain World for a little while. I will come back to it, and, we will be going back to Rain World again. Yeah, right? It's I don't know. Doesn't make sense. Is this the theater, though? Is this the theater? I'm a little bit nervous about trying the Hunter mode in, or playing Hunter in Rain World, just because there's a, like, it's not just going to be harder gameplay-wise. It looks like you have a limited number of cycles to complete the game in, and that worries me. Is this the right place? Oh, no. There it is. It's marked on the... Okay, we walked right past it. All right. That's true. That's very true. Rock knows me. I'm slow. I take my time. Okay, we're gonna just exit. We're going to, yeah, let's return. Let's go to the main menu. And then go back in. See if that fixes. I feel like my voice should be higher pitched with all that, but on that, I see no lie in what you're saying. Okay, that's not that did not fix it. Yes, I can do half of those things. I can go at I can be violent. I can't go at a quick pace. Oh, a little bit out of range. Let's try this. It's a good combo that kills those. It kills these guys. Oh, you were fast. Hello. Does the monk not? Is the monk not allowed to use weapons or use spears rather? That's what I was curious about. This looks like the place for me. Let's just pick this stuff up. He can still kill still.
So Priwen never left Doris's theater after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters.
It must be. Okay, I'm going to shut the game all the way down and see if that that corrects the problem, and we'll just boot it up again real fast. Science without conscience.
So Priwen never left Doris's theater after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters.
I hear their screams again.
Killing body! I have to stop it! Rest for the wicked! On back to the shadows! Stay back, beast!
What's all this? What's all this? This looks like a vampire hunting... I mean arsenal bench, I guess? McCullum's report. November 6, 18? That'd be 1918, wouldn't it? I just finished reading Doris Fletcher's journal, as painful and dreadful as it was. My God, the woman planned to see everyone in London afflicted by infecting all who would come to her next play. It helped me understand greatly what is going on. Doris Fletcher's real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of some Harriet Jones. Ooh, Harriet Jones, who has been treated as a patient for a long time at Pembroke Hospital. She clearly hated her mother, but used her fame and notoriety to see her while visiting the poor and sick in the East End. I don't know exactly what happened then, but this is how her mother infected her before returning to the theatre. And now she turned into that monstrosity that the leech known as Jonathan Reed finally defeated. The presence of that vampire in the same hospital where Harriet Jones was treated can't be a coincidence. I'm convinced he is deeply involved with the vampire plague going on in London right now. I'm also convinced Swansea is the accomplice, and that those two are planning something more terrifying than anything the Guard has ever faced. Maybe I should take some time to read the old books and manuscripts the Guard still possesses to get some answers. It may prove useful in the meantime. I better send some patrols to investigate about what is occurring at the Pembroke Hospital. It took 2 days to parse through the dusty registers and books we keep in the vault. God, I hate losing time like this. The search did prove fruitful for once. I found 2 pages that could be related to our present situation in a copy of William Marshall's Memoirs. I took them with me to read more carefully. This creature, Marshall, says he fought in 1666. This disaster that aimed to destroy London. It is very similar to what happened with Doris Fletcher. Disease, infection, hate of the living, a desire to see the city ransacked. I have no doubt now that the bloody old leech of William Marshall is behind all this, and that he is back. This could be our greatest accomplishment. If the Guard could at last find and destroy that old bastard, I believe what Marshall did in 1666 is exactly what Reed is now trying to do. Did the creature, this disaster, escape their will? Is it why Marshall destroyed him in 1666? And Reed did the same with Doris Fletcher before she became such a creature? I don't know. But those two are clearly working together, and Swansea is helping them. I will immediately give orders to have him arrested, interrogated. As for Reed, I'll destroy that evil beast myself. And then we'll deal with William Marshall and this disaster thing. Crewin will prevail once more. We're still trying to turn that one old guy into a vampire. No, we did not turn that old guy into a vampire. We killed him. Why did you do that?
Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence.
So, it's interesting that both Harriet Jones and Doris Fletcher, who is Harriet Jones's daughter, both had that grotesque enlarged arm thing going on. So whatever they were, it seemed to be related, like, I don't know, bloodline or something? I don't know. I really have to go pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm sorry. I will just be a moment. thing about being a streamer is that you do get into the habit of drinking a lot of water because you're constantly talking, and that also has the result of doing a lot of peeing. Okay, we gotta find our friend, find our Dr. Swansea. Where are you, my friend? Ooh, haven't been down here before. I really wish we could just kick indoors. We are a vampire. I think that should be within our abilities. Hello, sir. Well, we've killed their leader. I don't know how much of a trap this is going to be, but...
It's locked.
Uh-huh. I guess there's a key somewhere? Oh. Or in here? Ooh. A safe. Vampire Knight! Sounds like my favorite movie. William Marshall. Forget the legend about the man. The one most of you never heard of. You lazy bastards. Forget the empty tomb in Temple Church. Forget the death of those among us who died trying to locate him. We, the guard, know that he is still hiding somewhere. That's the only fact we must keep in mind. Another small detail we need to keep in mind. This little fucker is clever. How many times have we thought we had cornered him? To finally only find old dust and cobwebs. Marshall has been a vampire for 1,000 years. We're no match until we change our plans concerning his hunt. So here are a few questions for you, lazy bastards, and I want all of them answered before speaking of another great hunt to pin the leech down. Who helped him escape his den under Temple Church? We know now for a fact that a private contractor was paid to move a large coffin from a church a few years before we investigated the tomb. What exactly did the traders of Brotherhood of St. Paul discuss with Marshall when they met in 1785 in London? The report of this meeting has been burnt, but witnesses remain of a request made by Marshall to access a specific book in their library. Why does the monstrosity known as Lady Blackwood seem linked to Marshall? They exchanged letters. She went in London to meet him in 1786. According to the Brotherhood's spies, she tried to discreetly buy his castle in Wales in 1793 before fleeing when spotted by our fearless mentor, Kendall Stone. See the pattern here? What happened during those few years? Why such agitation and activity? Answer these questions, my brothers, and you will find the path to our most eminent foe, William Marshall, oldest vampire of England to survive our righteous wrath. From Know Your Enemies, by Carl Eldritch, proven leader. William Marshall's Memoirs. Okay, there's a lot of lore here. Lore dump! The Brotherhood of the St. Paul's Stole finally agreed to meet me in London. They proposed to meet inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the wit and solemnity of these men. What a symbol to choose the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There in the sacred silence of the church and under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against this evil creature, the Duosastro, the Eater of Stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop the blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back to me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, the ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul, and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord, who took me for more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate. But I may finally have found it. Soon the rage shall end. Soon I may repair the wrong I did and cleanse my failures. Now all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood of the purest heart mixed with the blood of a king. To find such a rare ingredient is not what worries me the most, for the time is on my side. It's the last part that worries me. Pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink the antidote. But if that's the price to pay to cleanse my soul and correct my mistakes, I'm ready to endure this excruciating pain. Are we the bad guys? No, I don't think so. I think this is William Marshall's Memoirs, and it sounds like the vampire that the Guard of Prewin hates is maybe not the bad guy.
Blood of a pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind. It's locked, all right.
I found a key, though. Don't all keys open safes? Yeah. Oh, now this door is open. This door was not open before! Maybe I should have gone through the other door.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Is there a paper on the left?
Easy. Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, and internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
I put him in a somewhat delicate position when I made him an immortal.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
You are hiding something. I believe you. I have doubts. We have reason to suspect him?
I trust you, Edgar, but the Guard of Prewin is onto something.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Why would the Guard of Prewin believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession. Because I offered you shelter in my hospital.
That's only for hints.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
The reverb voice has one specific use.
History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Prewin so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Prewin in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Alec, I don't think I can fit your name into a soldier's name bar, but sadly you can only sign up once. Well, I'll have to find something else for you to spend your points on, but you will, if you want an XCOM soldier, you're welcome to have one.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
What?
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Oh, this is real detective stuff going on. Man, we're solving the case.
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theater. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum?
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a
Think,
complete
Edgar,
loss.
think!
All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
Right, I admit it. I boldly ventured into experimental realms, but I've killed no one to appease my thirst for knowledge, Jonathan. I'm no murderer.
I never asked to become what I am, Edgar. You chose to conduct your rogue experiments.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
Oh, poor you. What do you think? Oh, what do we do? I just want to turn Yeah, I'm gonna turn everyone into a vampire.
No, Edgar, you are not going to die. Unless you want to.
What do you mean?
I can save you, Edgar. I can turn your broken body into one like mine.
You truly would? After all I've done, after all that's been said...
He's a bro, make him a vampire. Yeah.
I have no way of knowing which punishment would be
He's our
worse.
friend. He gave us a job. He helped us out when nobody else would.
But it is not for me to decide. So?
Oh, please, Jonathan, please. I beg you. This is what I've always wanted. This is what I've always searched for.
Very well, then.
Let me puke in your mouth!
You have to die and be reborn. To face an eternity of guilt.
I'm ready. Oh, indeed, I am ready.
Enough!
Aw, there was no puking in the mouth. He just ate my wrist for a little while. I really wanted to puke in his mouth. Oh, did he die anyway? Oh, we missed a hint. Is he dead? Did he survive? No, he's still there. Wonder what this hint was. Yep. Killed 3 people in Whitechapel. Killed the pillar here. We haven't met this guy. We killed Booth Digby. Old love letter. Ooh. My most exquisite friend. Everything is now ready for our journey to France. We'll leave from Dover on the 17th, and we will spend the whole summer in Paris. I can't wait to taste all the delicate flavors that wonderful city has to offer. And I can't wait to try them all with you. Excuse me. Music, food, theater, architecture, perfumes, fashion, and you! Oh, what a delight it will be! I already wrote to some of the good artist friends who will be as delighted as me to see you on stage in French theater. Edmond Rostand should be there. I know you like his work very much, and I count on him to introduce us to the magnificent Sarah Bernhard. That would be the greatest achievement of this journey. I can't wait to hold you again in my arms, my sweetest delight, and drink again the source of your divine talent. Oh yes, we ate the priest. That's the main snack that we've had. The priest who like to burn prostitutes. Yeah, he got eaten. He got eaten bad. Okay, so this is that door. Wait. Wait, I'm confused. Where am I? This all seems... Alright, yeah, okay, so that's... Now, someone said... There was... something I missed in here? A newspaper. Oh, there. Pinned note. Until further notice, this safe will be used to store sensitive evidences. We have to get into the safe. It must always be locked. If you need to access it, just find me on the last floor to get the key. And bloody remember to bring it back when we're done. On the last floor? What a weird way to describe a floor. Does that mean like the top floor? The last floor.
I should find the key to that box.
Yes. I agree. And you said there was a newspaper. Okay, Mr. Swansea. I'm gonna leave here. I'm gonna leave you to your thoughts. You're gonna think about what you've done. And what you are. and what you can do with the rest of your immortal life. I gave him 2 toothpicks, or 2 picks with a tooth. And we're turning everyone into a vampire that we get the chance to, except for, of course, oh yeah, the pillar of the community of West End. We did not turn him into a vampire. We just told him he could die, and he did.
Easy does it for...
Welcome in, Bard. Glad you could make it.
Keep sharp, lads! He's dead!
I can now open the box.
Oh, okay. That was easy. I guess you guys just had it? Cool.
No rest for the wicked!
Shotgun shells. That's nice to have. What's in the box? What's in the box?
I really don't know if I should read this.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Of course we should. Don't get squeamish on me now, Reed. The cards worry me, for they keep on announcing the coming of an imprecise but terrible danger. Yeah, that's what tarot cards do. Distinct from the awful war. I better call back to the legates to London, tell them to observe and report any unusual events. Something is definitely going on. The cards keep hiding what is approaching. Yep. Tarot cards do that too. And that can only mean something powerful is moving. Something so strong and potent. The cards cannot fully reveal its nature. Yep. They can't! All the legates but are back in London. His mission to Lhasa is too crucial to be aborted. The only noticeable event is the frequent meetings between Aloysius Dawson and the Ascalon Club. It's nothing to worry about for now. A terrible epidemic is upon us, and I don't like this at all. My legates have been sent back overseas to protect them from the disease, but also to find clue about the origin of the plague. I'm not totally convinced this is all natural. In the past, we had many cases of vampire activity linked to sudden epidemics. We must remain vigilant. Oh, I wish my cards would tell me more information. All over the world, hundreds of thousands dead, broken families, despair and affliction, deeply rooted in our hearts. Who could have seen this coming? The cards could have... The epidemic is a curse. Reports from every country tell me the catastrophe has no boundaries, no limits. The good news is that the diseases seems to have withdrawn. The bad news is the cards keep on foreseeing a calamity. Any details? Any specifics? The cards were right. Were they? I mean, they're pretty vague. Of course they're going to be right when you're that vague. A calamity is upon us. The best sign may be the return of the Guard of Prywin. Geoffrey McCollum himself is back in London. He is actively inquiring and recruiting members for a new campaign. Whatever I may think of McCollum's methods, I must admit, he has a good nose for danger. We must all stay alert. Do you know what doesn't have a good nose for danger? My goddamn cards! McCollum did not waste any time. At least 3 of his warhounds have been ordered to survey me. Same old hate, same old methods once again. Who could have seen this coming? They will inquire about all my moves, all my acquaintances, and all my actions. I know this. They are convinced I am an immortal plotting against them, against humanity. Stupid hunters. I have no time for this. I may have my secrets, but I am not the conspiring foe they're after. But they are right about something. The cataclysm will not be avoided. For the second time since I am the primate of St. Paul, I fear for the city. Scows are invading London and the entire country. No, not invading. They are already here. They are among us. They've entered. Released by the flesh of many infected. Observers of the Brotherhood tell me that foreign vampires are arriving from all over Europe, delighted to get their share of innocent and suffering flesh. The country, as we know it, may be on the verge of oblivion. We still don't know what is maneuvering against us. The cards are still worrying me. They won't tell me what's maneuvering against us, but they're worrying me of real danger. What is not revealed yet. The cards reveal the danger to me. I am convinced that the Guard of Prewin is about to launch a second-rate hunt. This is the only explanation to the patterns of activities deployed by McCallum, control of strategic command posts all over the city, creation of many new weapons, robbery to quickly finance the expensive undertaking. I know my name will be on the list if they decide to hunt down all identified vampires in England, but I refuse to submit to this threat. A Prewin attack is imminent. Scouts and patrols are getting closer every night. I can't even blame them, for the situation is critical. A few reports even claim the horned vampire may be back. But their blindness never ceases to astonish me. How can they keep considering me a foe? Do they not consult the cards? Have I not proved I am their ally? Have I done all I can to protect mortals? This is my last entry in this journal. May God have mercy on our souls.
I can't believe it.
I guess that guy was a vampire after all. Are you awake yet? Dude. Alright. Yeah, we gotta talk to Lady Ashbury. We've been spending a lot of experience points. I'm in the negatives. Ah, there we go. I got some lead, rod, and bullets out of that box of booze.
Return later.
Why would I return later?
So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top.
This one's a top? Well, yes. Yes, I am.
Get taken! Watch it! It's a killer!
I spent it on turning people into vampires. That costs a lot of experience.
This is no place for a gentleman! Look lively! It's on to us!
And what are you doing here?
Steady, boys! We've got one of them here! No!
I'm looting your house, Lady Ashbury, because I love you. I'm looting out of love. I'm reading your personal diary out of love. Tonight I went with my mother visiting the sick. I noticed that reading Lady Ashbury's personal diary didn't come with that maybe I shouldn't do this remark that I did when I was reading the personal notes of the other guy. I think it's fair to assume that if you're standing around in the street with a flaming crossbow waiting to jump passers-by, you're probably not a gentleman. Yeah, you're not wrong. No, he's just a violent gentleman. I'm a violent gentleman. Bard was talking about those people saying, "This is no place for gentlemen," and I'm like, I'm the violent gentleman. You guys are waiting around to jump passers-by. So, you're both correct. All right, let's read the personal diary of our beloved. Tonight I went with Mother visiting the sick of the East End. It had been a long time since I went to this sad part of town. To see her talking and listening to those poor people moved me beyond words. She really tries to make a difference, and really tries to help these men and women. She also killed one of them tonight. She tried so hard to help them, and she killed one of them. It happened so quickly I did not even notice she had vanished, and when she reappeared, she looked so much more alive, more vivid. I immediately knew what had just happened. She took a life, and I saw nothing. We ventured home without a word. If I ever become like her, I won't feed on the dying. I will kill the guilty, and the brutes wherever they hide. Based. I like you. I will make you a vampire, and I will set you upon the guilty masses. You will be my warrior, my knight. This afternoon, 2 men tried to corner me in a back alley while I was campaigning for the women's right to vote. I called for help as loud as I could, like Mother told me. I don't know what would have happened if a soldier had not ordered them to leave me alone. He then walked me back home and tried to kiss me. I refused. He did not say a word and left. The whole story made me so sad I was still crying when Mother woke up after the night had come. I told her the whole truth, and she held me against her chest. Then we went to the theater to see Doris Fletcher in her new play. I think I'm a little bit frustrated that Mother did not rush out to make them all pay. If I were a vampire, I would not be that merciful. We had a terrible argument with Mother last night, since she refused once again to turn me into an immortal. When I reminded her of what had happened to me in that street with those 2 men, and how things would have been different if I had been like her, or if they had carried weapons, she simply smiled and told me that to be part of this world meant to be ready to face it. I'm not sure I understand what she means, or maybe she doesn't understand what I mean when I say, I want to face it. I want to have claws. I want to be able to shoot blood spears out of my hands. I want to be, I want to face this world, Mom. And I spent the whole day there. I left home in the middle of the night to see Emily at her house, and I spent the whole day there. Maybe it's time for me to leave Mother's house and live my life. Just like Emily. I love Mother so much, but it frustrates me so when she refuses to talk about my conversion, and also refuses to convert me. Tonight I am as sad as I am excited, for I am about to leave this house for good. Mother has agreed to let me have my own flat in the West End, as long as it is not too far from her house. I had to promise her I would be very careful. I told her how much I love her, and she told me she was proud of me. I understand now that she only wants me to be as strong and independent as she is. I must admit, I would be stronger and more independent if I was a vampire. I am very thankful for all she taught me through these years. She made me a woman I am today. Not a vampire, but she made me a woman. Now it's time for me to choose where to go from here. Whatever I'm going to do with my life, it's up to me. All I know is this. If I ever choose to become an immortal... I don't think you choosing to be is the critical factor here. I will not involve my mother in my choice, for this is my life, and I am responsible for my actions. Ooh, I sense another a supplicant to become my progeny, my general in my war against the world. I'm going to take over. Do 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 do. Lady Ashbury, I want to talk to you, and I want to make your daughter my vampire.
It's locked, all right.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan?
That's not a can of blood, right? You're just painting with normal red paint?
What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
Of a sort. His injuries were mortal. I had no choice but to make him one of us. To save him.
I like her expression.
Or to punish him.
To punish him? I fail to understand. And what is the source of this cold tone in your voice?
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the
You
scum
can paint with
epidemic
blood, but it
of the
stops becoming red when it dries.
he
It becomes a
who
brown
unleashed
color.
the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
Edgar gave no heed to ethics. His theory could have been proven to be correct, but he abused the confidence of his patients to test it.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it? And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What? No. No. This can't be. Oh.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your
Wait,
enemy.
no! Elizabeth!
Ah! My girlfriend jumped out a window! Why does this always happen? The Blood Night tragedy. Only a few of us remain after the shock of the Great Hunt. I was on them. I remember how the sudden attack of the enemy caught us all by surprise. Blood was shed during those few nights. Some of us who survived chose to exile. I don't blame them, but I regret their lack of fortitude. For it is courage we need to protect the interests of the vampire. Courage. What? Courage we need... for it is courage we need to protect the interests of the vampire. Courage we need to defend the values we stand for. May we all remember that William Marshall himself never lowered his head. My beloved Maker may be long gone now, but his presence is still among us. We keep a few drops of his sacred blood to remind us what we are and what we seek. Honor, purity, and excellence. I had the privilege of speaking with the knight many times, as his progeny and as his friend. He spoke to me of the tear of angels, the holy beverage supposed to appease the inextinguishable hunger we all feel. That he never ceased to search, even without knowing if such artifacts exist. I admire his tenacity, and it is his tenacity, this indefectible belief in something bigger than us, that will make us survive any future great hunt launched by our enemies. Ascalon will be rebuilt, always, for it is an ideal. The Law of Ascension by Lord Redgrave. Okay. Yeah, she totally vented.
It's locked.
We gotta find that key. It's gotta be around here somewhere. No, I guess it wasn't blood. Lady Cashbury. Don't Cashbury make chocolates? Oh, I want snacks. No, I'm thinking of Cadbury. I don't know what I'm talking about. We got grease.
Now would be a good time to blend the recipe Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need.
Gather the ingredients for the antidote. Obtain a drop of William Marshall's blood from Lord Redgrave. Obtain a drop of King Arthur's blood from Geoffrey McCallum. Search for insulin in the old morgue of the Pembroke Hospital. Okay. Well, we know where to find... What are we doing here? Why are we here? Oh, right, okay. Because this is where what's-her-name lives. So that's where we get that. That's... What? Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I thought there was like a wanted poster with my picture on it.
Even someone you're close to.
Whose blood could be...
Wow, I just wanted to talk to this guy. Why the big load? No water for coughing in public, Dr. Reed.
Good
Why?
evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
What's your, You're fine.
Have you any news about Aloysius Dawson?
I was hoping he would finance my research. But I heard he's given all his money to the sick and poor.
Yep.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
I want to talk to you? No. What? Hold on. Who are you, anyway?
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening
Oh.
to you, Dr. Reed.
What is your opinion of Aloysius Dawson?
It seems the old sod gave all his fortune to the poor and to charities at the last minute. I wonder what part you played in that turnaround.
Yeah, your mom skipped town. Want to be a vampire?
Your mother has refused to turn you into a vampire. Tell me more about it.
Each time we argue, Mother expresses the same fear. She wants me to remain alive and full of joy, rather than become melancholy and immortal. She claims you can't have one without the other. It's pure selfishness.
It's your mother's choice. As daughters and sons, we have to accept the decisions our parents make for us despite our own wishes.
I
Disagree.
love my mother and have accepted everything from her. Even that she named me Charlotte when it was not my original name.
Does it bother you?
No. Whoever I was when I was born, I am now Charlotte Ashbury. It hurts as much as it makes me proud to know that's the name my mother will read on my tombstone.
Your mother has walked this earth for much longer than you or I. She is wise, and we should not ignore her advice when we disagree with it.
But why shouldn't I
Yeah,
be
right.
allowed to forge my own experience? There can't be only one righteous way to
Not
deal
exactly
with
the Dutch
eternity.
angle we were looking for.
Why do you still hope to become a vampire in spite of your mother's refusal?
It's the immortal
Does it
aspect
indeed,
of
Alec?
vampires that interests me. The world won't
Are you
improve unless women
propositioning
take
something?
charge. I'm convinced of that.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one's side.
Time is on my
Tell me,
side.
Charlotte, how do you plan to achieve eternal life, since you've obviously given it a lot of thought?
I won't give up. You have no idea how determined I am, sir. I may contract a deadly disease. I may throw myself under a carriage, just to be saved by her sweet kiss.
That's a disturbing answer, young lady. And the worst part of it is, I know you speak the truth.
There are less dangerous ways, Doctor. Instead of throwing myself under a horse like Emily Davison, I could just throw myself into your arms.
I'm not going to say no.
Be careful what you wish for, young lady. I could gaze at you right now and then take you to a shady corner and have my way with you. And leave your carcass to the rats.
You wouldn't dare. My mother would know. She'd never forgive you.
How could she suspect me? Do you know how many vampires are lurking in the city tonight as we speak? Vampires with a worse sense of humor than mine.
Oh, my God. For one second, I thought you actually... Excellent, Dr. Reed. Very convincing.
Ooh. I don't know. I might have been a little bit, like, half maybe serious? Alright. Is that all we can learn from you? I want to turn you into a vampire. Fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
I like that quote, Mina.
Don't let any strangers come into your house.
These leaflets were telling the truth all along.
Have you noticed anything
Nobody takes them
suspicious
seriously.
Good evening, Miss Teasdale. How have you been since you returned home?
Dr. Reed.
Oh, this is the lady we
God you returned
rescued.
safely from these awful streets. I was so worried about my father that I left without thanking you properly.
Please don't mention it, miss.
Good. I found him, you know. My dad. Or what was left of him. I think my abductor intended to do the same thing to me.
What do you do for a living, Miss Teasdale?
Before my kidnapping, I was a waitress in a pub. Now I'm unemployed.
Were you fired?
No, It's just that after my recent experience, I don't feel like I can go back to my normal life. I need to do something useful.
Be very careful, Miss Teasdale. You were lucky to escape death once, but vampires lurk everywhere.
You killed my kidnapper by yourself, didn't you? No offense, Doctor, but you're just a doctor. I don't see why I couldn't do the same.
I guess you weren't paying attention. I killed him with magic powers.
What do you intend to do?
Dad always told me, Louise, if you want something, don't stop until you have it. I did my research.
Well, that would certainly plummet me into the far negatives of experience points.
I'll be his apprentice.
What can you tell me about this area?
I've never really liked this part of town. It was where my father wanted to live. I won't remain here much longer.
What exactly don't you like about it?
People here are contemptuous and elitist. My dad always said, Louise, always treat people like you want them to treat you.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Never heard of him.
Really? He's very well known in London, throughout the country even.
He a big shot or something? Never interested in politics myself. All words and no action.
Louise, tell me what you really think about your father's sacrifice to save you.
I'm proud
Oh, tell me
of
what you
after.
really think.
I forgive him all his harsh words, all his bloody attitudes. I only wish I could tell him how much I loved him.
Yes. It can be traumatic, not having the chance to say goodbye to those we love.
Yes, Doctor. And there's no treatment for that type of pain, isn't that right? That may be the last thing my father taught me.
Opium would help.
Louise, what can you tell me about the vampire who captured you?
The little fucker claimed he'd fallen in love with me. That he wanted to spend eternity with me. Not a bad idea. At least that's the way it seemed at first.
Really? Did you consider accepting his proposal?
Well, immortality. Not a common wedding gift, is it? I think he just wanted to have his way with me. Can vampires even fuck, Doctor?
What? Well, I really can't answer that. Well, since they are creatures of blood, physically speaking, I suppose an erection is possible, but
This conversation took a turn.
I was just asking.
Yeah. Dr. Freud, yeah. Tell me about your... She turned the tables on us. She went all Freudian.
You seem to cherish your father a great deal.
Dad was the best. Kept an eye on me, but let me make my own mistakes. Louise used to say, mistakes are the best teacher. You would have liked him.
I'm sorry you didn't have the opportunity to say goodbye.
That's all right. He's buried in consecrated ground now. Nothing bad can happen to him.
Nothing good could happen to me either. Alright. Fun talking to you. Thanks for the awkwardness. You win this round.
Be careful. Until we meet again.
Remember, don't let any strangers come into your house.
Okay. Could people just stop shouting around me? Oh yeah, we gotta go Ascalon blood. Ascalon club. It's not in there, is it? No, wait. Oh, it's here. Ah.
Sir, you are not welcome.
Fair enough. I will find another way in. Where is another way in? There's gotta be another way in. Let's go around back. Man, I turn people into vampires all the time, and they're like, well, you didn't turn one person that we wanted you into turning into a vampire, so we hate you now. security is great in this place. So Billy Bob, are you suggesting we
in the Ascalon
eat the entire country of Spain so that we can transform the entire city of London into vampires? Your idea has some potential. Oh, hello. I don't like you. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that. Okay. I like the sword. Why is this thing glowing green? Okay, did I unlock that door? Can I turn around and go back in? Because... I want to. No!
You are not welcome.
Reed! Don't lock. You locked yourself out. I used my gun. Did you not see me use my gun? I shot that guy good. All I wanted to do was unlock that door so that I could come back in and out that way. Well, that's one Ascalon Club member down. Gotta be secrets in here, right? Wait, this place is strangely empty. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Lord Redgrave.
What are you doing here, traitor? I shall smite you for this audacity.
I'm not here to bicker, Lord Redgrave. I can put an end to this epidemic, but I need your assistance to do so.
Good. We've held out thus far, but the time has come to put an end to this crisis. Tell me, what do you need?
The blood of William Marshall.
The blood of William Marshall? Of my maker? Are you mad? This blood is the purest of all. My Maker proffered it to me on the battlefield. I cannot hand it to you.
Stop this farce. Marshall never was your Maker. I have no idea how you acquired his blood, but I need it now.
I see. Well, in that case, given the gravity of the situation, I suppose I can spare you a drop.
Thank you, my lord.
If you manage to save this city, you'll prove yourself a veritable servant of the Crown. So Godspeed, Dr. Reed. Our fate lies wholly in your hands.
Oh, can you open this door? I'm basically a cat. I hate closed doors. I'll take that. History and purpose of the Ascalon Club. This should be good. The Ascalon Club is an association of gentlemen secretly aiming for the protection of the Crown's interests. I founded it in 1837 to honor and perpetuate the legacy of my Maker, William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke and true protector of England. All the members of the club must be of good extraction and flawless moral fiber, since the club accepts mortal members, who will be duly observed and valued as proper candidates for immortality. The goal of the club is to impose respectable traditions and behaviors amongst the good vampire society, but also to promote and expand the imperial hegemony of England. We are the true elite of British society. We are Ascalon, and Holy Lance held by St. George's, protector of England, when the saint slew the dragon. As lance-bearers... Oh, it's a dragon lance. Nice. As lance-bearers ourselves, we vow to defend the Empire's interests. From the Law of Ascalon. Yeah, he retracted right from that. He didn't even put up a fight. Anything else in here? Any other secret doors in this place? All right. Okay, so we can get, what's this? So that's where we're going. The morgue is where we're going to find, oh, insulin. And are we going to find King Arthur's blood? I guess, from there. Oh, what's this? Dr. Swansea. Sure. Are there any quests we could do? Oh yeah. Ready the past. Find a secret part of your father's testament. It's gonna be a hard one. Bring back the notebook of to Usher. Yeah, let's see if we can. Yeah, this guy. We actually need to talk to him, so let's see if we can find. That's just gonna be somewhere in here, in this area. I really dislike these. Just search this general area for this thing kind of quest. There's a bunch of those that have been stumping me. Yeah, that place has just been a mess every single time, ever since I got there.
Stupid beast! Ah! Crawl back to the hell.
I'm on my way.
This is now my domain, young Echo.
Ah, too many of you. I'll just, Ouch! Oh, I need blood. I need blood. I need blood.
Christ, he's dead.
Indeed he is. As are you. So this is the area that we want to be searching, I guess? Yeah, I want to talk to this person.
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
Have you any news concerning Aloysius Dawson?
You unburdened his heart and cleared his mind. A most elegant solution, I must say, Jonathan.
Tell me the truth, Usher. Are you a vampire?
By the stole, you really thought you could force Usher Talltree to yield to your little mind tricks like an oblivious mortal?
Oh, mind tricks won't work on me.
Why can't I force you to answer me then?
I'm the primate of St. Paul's Stole. It comes with certain advantages.
It's somehow a prequel to
Accessing
XCOM?
the greatest library in the country.
It's a prequel to the Bureau, the XCOM's Lost Files.
So, are you or are you not
A communist!
As a brilliant man once said, to be unambiguous can only be to one's own detriment.
Yeah. I hate people like you.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth.
They do not.
Most of the time.
I read your
Is
letters.
it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
I would rather not know.
Oh, I should. Oh, okay.
How do you measure the amount of...
I told you.
Is it possible?
Vampire.
All right. Let me hear it.
The walls of your prison have already been raised, Jonathan. But you will freely accept to be locked inside, full of hope for a better day.
How did you learn about Mary? And spare me the hocus-pocus parlor tricks. The truth, now!
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
She could have survived as a vampire. If only she had given me a chance to explain. If only I could have found the words.
Not all vampires accept their new condition. Since suicide is impossible, you have to find a way to get someone else to relieve the pain.
I could have saved her.
No, Jonathan.
May I ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then. A strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who founded the Brotherhood?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It is delicate, and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
Cool. Cool story.
I found your notebook. The one the Guard of Priwen stole from you.
And you brought it back to me. That's excellent news, Jonathan. Were you able to keep yourself from reading it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
That's why I shouldn't read
the
it.
oldest temptation of all. If Pandora herself did not pass the test, I suppose I should not blame you for your curiosity.
So you're not angry with me?
Why should I be? To live is to make choices, Jonathan. And you made yours. Now give it to me, please.
Aww. He's disappointed in me, which is worse than being angry.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander. Yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. The Fool and the Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
Okay, well, we did that. Find supremacy. Oh, okay. Find 6 articles, collectibles about vampires for Clarence. Okay. There's 2 we're missing. I wonder if they'll show up on the map. They do not. Find an exceptional restaurant for Calhoun Russell. Oh, okay. Well, that's just the back of the Ascalon's club. Place is closed, but we can check it out. Explain yourself, Alec. Tell me about this imposter. Is it you? You could just be throwing out this accusation in order to shed suspicion off of yourself. Don't think I am unaware of these tricks and strategies. Yeah, we gotta find. Well, he wants to prove the vampires are real, and rather than like saying, "Yeah, vampires are real. I'm a vampire," we're like asked to find documents for him. And somewhere in here, ew, man, why is everyone puking on people in this game? Finally, I dodged a corpse explosion. Oh, I hate that. Ah! Forgot about that one. So somewhere in this park is like a letter from my dad. He like hid it in the park, and I don't know why. He's a weirdo. Maybe he hid it in this trash can. He did not. Thick, sturdy blood sample. Okay, maybe I can turn that into more medicine. Uh-huh, uh-huh. The teleporting ones are very annoying. Looks like a promising area. What's going on? What's going on? Stop it! It's down. Oh, okay. That's. No, I have been down there, but.
No civilians allowed, sir.
They were made for each other. Okay. This is the only grassy area that I've found. Like, there's actual grass. Eat the grass? I'm not a cow. I don't like this quest of just trying to find random... It's not actually. It's very difficult to digest. And has very little nutritional value. Like, cows have specialized stomachs to be able to deal with it, but it's really not good for people. Hello. Hello, sir. Why are... Man, even the werewolves are vomiting puke. I mean... Yes. Of course they're gonna vomit puke. What else are they gonna vomit? But... You know what I mean. What's this? Public notice. Okay. It's not helpful. Might have another pure water situation on her hands. What? Did I get mad about the pure water situation? We totally went past it. Wait. Yeah, this whole game is about COVID in the year 1918. That's what they're talking about when they talk about... No, that's not where I want to go. I think the restaurant that he is interested in... Okay, so there were a few places to look. Oh. There's got to be a way to rule this one off of my checklist, right? Or will it just always stay here as a as an option? Oh wait, there was one place in particular. I remember now. That he remarked on, but we couldn't go inside for some reason. I thought maybe we had to come back. Yeah, it was this place.
A restaurant where the guests are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
That's the one. All right. So now it's off the list. Okay. For yeah, we're still tracking it. Okay. Oh, now we go back to him. Gotcha. All right, I understand. Yeah.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
I have found a restaurant that could satisfy you, Mr. Russell. The most intriguing and exotic restaurant in London.
Really? You have piqued my interest. Where is it?
It's a place where you eat in complete darkness and try to identify your meal without anything but your palate.
My, oh my, how interesting. It could even be fun to eat a little poisson et fruit that way. Oh, thank you, Dr. Reed. Please, have this for your research.
Nice, 200 shillings.
Calhoun, tell me about your relationship with Doris Fletcher.
Oh, Doris. Cold fire and burning ice trapped in a perfect body. Our passion was as intense as it was brief. What an actress.
How did you meet her?
On a boat to France before the war. She was thinking about a career in Paris, and I was eager to try French gastronomy. We both returned disappointed.
I expect you've seen her on stage, too.
She really is the best actress of her generation. Such frailty and such strength at the same time. I hope she'll play again soon. She's been away for too long.
You sound surprisingly sad. Have you regrets?
I think of her as a divine dish. I'm glad I was able to taste it, but I regret I could only get a bite of her mystery.
You really loved her, then?
She fascinated me, Dr. Reed. I can't imagine what she must have endured through her life to reach such a level of emotion and sensibility.
Have you any news on Aloysius Dawson?
I heard he died and gave all his money to the poor. Now that's a good man. An example for us all to follow.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Support the equality between men and women.
Can't heal with my blood. Okay, we gotta go here, so we'll turn left down. Yeah, okay. This is a straight shot to the hospital. Yeah, she, sadly she won't be giving any more performances. She gave her last performances was certainly, she went out with a blaze.
It's not. The beast must die.
I just one more, thank you. Let's go in here.
I cannot use garlic, but there may be a substitute in the Pembroke Hospital drug storage.
A substitute for garlic? No such thing. I feel like, are we here? No, I guess we have to wait. I am confused. Oh, I'm addicted to many more games than that. I think you'll be fine. I do occasionally get, like, this sort of choice paralysis when I'm thinking about trying to decide what game to play, and there'll be, like, two on my mind, two or more on my mind, and I'll be like, I don't... And then I'll, like, wallow in that decision for a really long time. It's kind of like trying to pick something to watch on Netflix. Too many markers on my map. It's like 4 meters, maybe. I think it's like level up or down. Who knows?
Get them ready. We found one.
That's what I needed. Yeah, I think they know. Guess you guys haven't slept in a while then, huh?
There it is. Insulin. Much more efficient than garlic against blood poisoning and sepsis, and much less dangerous for me. Thank you, Dr. Polescu.
Well, one more stop. Now, how do I get out? Oh, this looks good. Okay, big doors don't lead out. Yeah, they've beefed up. They've been doing their push-ups. Yeah, we should talk to Dr. Swansea while we're here. Keep going, keep going. Dr. Swansea, I'm here. See, I haven't cleaned up yet. Huh.
It's locked, all right.
Maybe it's downstairs? Dr. Swansea, are you in here?
See her again.
Yeah, we gotta do a vampire radar sweep. We have to go to the creepy elevator that goes to the boss room. Yeah, I really don't know what to do with that exclamation mark. You might be right about that. I do have a few weapons that could stand some upgrades. I might need to actually buy some parts, though. Shell out some money to get the parts that I need. What's this? Okay, that's the antidote. Nice. Strong serum. Okay, so this is a weapon I'd like to upgrade, the big axe. And I need... Oh, I can do it right now. Increase blood absorption? No, I think I'd rather just increase its damage. Oh, wait. Okay, so we have choices. So The other two-handed weapon is really good for stunning, and that's why I like it. So this does... Right now it's doing 456 damage. This does 374, so this does a whole lot more damage. But it doesn't stun them. Which means I think we needed to steal blood. How much blood? Oh, okay. But it won't be taking very much blood. They'll take... Well, the most it can take is 7.5 points of blood. This is a difficult choice. It does do more damage. I do as well. So I gave it two features of reduced stamina consumption, and then 2 things of increase of blood absorption. So we'll see how that works out. I like the idea of a scythe, but it's not going to do nearly as much damage. Now what about the sword, the saber? Need 2 more good handle parts. Then we can where is it? Why is it not available? Why can't I... I'm confused. I upgraded it. The shotgun's already maxed out, I think. Oh, right, I don't have... okay, so we can... What do? We can increase the damage, or do stun damage with the shotgun. No, I'm just gonna... yeah, let's just... Five stun is not very much. But I was thinking of changing it to incendiary damage so that it does more damage to vampires. Yeah, that won't... Yeah, unless I... Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to do as much damage as the, as Milton's shotgun. Milton's shotgun seems pretty much like the best. Maybe? Good double-barreled? Oh, wow. So it's going to do 560... What does this one do? 634. And that's with mod... So the double barrel might also do a lot, but... Oh, that would... Well, no, I'm not trying to equip to... See, look, I'm trying to switch this one out for the other one. So why don't I'll switch it for... Let's say I'll switch it for the gun. Or the shot. It's just not letting me. Okay. Why game? Why game? Weird, okay. Now I've got... Now I am equipped with... Okay, game, you're a weird one. That's more or less got it. Give in, Bard. You know you want to. Let's play it. Let's play the game. I like how one of the vampire powers is carry more ammo. I think Pippa Hawkins wants to kill us. I think we learned that about her.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pippa, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
A little weirdness there.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Yeah, that's... Sure. Alright.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Maybe I don't have, I thought there was like a tarot card reading telling me that the, that someone was like... What? Long letter. Okay, well, I guess we got time. Hello, sis. How are things in the big city? Here in Brum, things are not so good. It seems flu is here again, and we have many new cases of infection in the neighborhood. Do you remember Miss Scheller, the old drinking hag from the 3rd floor? She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Jeez, you would have to pay me a huge amount of money to sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry, I did not take time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mom, Dad, and my job at the factory, I rarely find time to write to my favorite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger, already driving me mad. And Mum says you bring back some of those marvelous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me you thought about quitting your job at Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory, but wages are shit, and it is as boring as a day without a shag. Oh, I have a new fiancé, and no, I'm no slut, you moral bitch, you. So, if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join that band you told me about, the Guard of Priven? Something like that? Never heard of them. But if they are, like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. Oh, she is trying to kill us. Just be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back as soon as you can, and give me all the good news before that. Excuse me, Pippa. I have something. So.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
I hear you want to join the Vampire Hunters. Okay, I can't ask you about that.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
No, not you. Oh, we have unlocked all of her things. Interesting. Well, I have no idea where Dr. Swansea is. So let's go back, turn right, turn left. I'm not going to eat Pippa. Not unless she really does want to hunt vampires.
Look at it! Vicious.
Look at it! Oh! Well, the axe sure does its damage.
I'll send you to hell. Killing's all you deserve.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to. I mean, every couple of hits does earn me enough blood to heal. Guess I should just count on that. I don't know about. It certainly does a lot of damage. I like it for that.
Crush the leader.
He did blast me with bug spray. They when they call me vermin, they're kind of being literal about it.
If McCullum really drank the blood of King Arthur, then I may have found another vital ingredient for my recipe.
one of them? Burn it, boys!
No rest for the wicked. Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here. I shall fear no evil.
Okay.
Remember your vows, friends. The beast must die. Christ is dead.
Christ! He's dead! God, take it! You'll pay for that!
Oh boy. Ah, no. Yeah, I think if I'm going to use his big axe for damage, I need something else to do stun. Like, I need to switch between another weapon that does a lot of stun damage. So that would be... It's not here. What would do primarily stun damage? So that's... Right, so that's the big club. This does... This is a single... No, it's a two-handed weapon. Hudless, how are you doing? Welcome in. I'm trying to figure out... So we're trying to figure out a weapon that will appropriately do stun damage. So that would be Charlotte's Stake. Charlotte's Stake would do a lot of stun damage. In fact, that's all it does. But then I wouldn't have a gun. Fine, I can do that. Well, yeah. Alright, let's see if we can work with this. So we're going to use the big axe because it does, well, big axe damage. And then we'll occasionally switch to the stake in order to stun so that we can replenish our blood. That's how that's going to work. Which means I might... That is a big voice. I like your voice.
Step away.
How are you like slowing down? Are you in slow-mo?
Looks like an aristocrat.
Okay, now I have to switch weapons and bonk, bonk. Okay, but we're out of stamina. Ah.
We cannot be defeated. Get our weapons ready. We found
There we go, there we go. That's what we need. Okay, we're not done though. Okay, this is just too many people to be fighting at once. One more hit. Thank you. Thank you, Atlas. Yeah, it's just, this is my first time playthrough. I have a few people in chat who have played this before. Yeah, so... I'm just not liking this weapon combo. I really like my beat stick before. It seemed to be optimized for my playstyle. Or at least... It worked with my playstyle. I mean, yes, got it, got it. That in 5 seconds we can. Okay, beast mode.
We have a killer.
Oh my god!
Oh no, dead mode. Okay. I don't know if this game has mods. It would be cool. That's a good point, Alec. Okay. We are going back to the perfect mace. There's automod showing its lack of disdain for your benign comments. Okay. This should work out a lot better. Doesn't do as much damage, but it's the stun damage that where it really shines, and that allows me to keep my blood cool up.
This is not the crush the leech, boys!
Nah, just Bard. The bot picks on Bard for some reason. I have no idea why. I hear a or a werewolf somewhere. Ah! You know what I might do? I might just have... I might switch back and forth between the big mace and the big axe. Hold on. Chat's not scrolling. Here we go. Sorry, chat wasn't working for a second. You love how your actual terrible comments slip by. Yeah. Automod needs a little tweaking. A little bit of tweak. This plant looks weird. It's growing straight up out of the cobblestones. Okay, so is this where they buried King Arthur? Is that the deal? McCallum? Oh, there. The mech trooper theory, that one was quite messed up. I don't, what mech trooper theory are we referring to?
Good evening, Vampire Hunter.
Are you here to mock me, Reed?
Not at all, McCullum. I am here because I need you.
Really? I'm intrigued. Speak up, then.
I need the blood of a king. The blood of Arthur. I'm certain you possess it, and I must have it.
The guard's most sacred and precious relic. Why would you? You found Marshall's memoirs. I should have destroyed that book.
I need the antidote to save this city, McCullum.
It is within me to take your words as truth. I want to, but I must know more. What precisely are your plans?
I have found the carrier, McCullum. The infection's source. It may be science or some supernatural power that's responsible for all this. But I will harness either or both to end the epidemic.
A vampire doctor. My God, you're a terrifying creature. Jonathan,
I've been telling you this.
Do you not understand? We wanted the same thing from the outset. A means to end this vampire epidemic.
Not enemies. Maybe that is so. Take it then. I see no other hope for this city. If this is some trick, you will be damned, Dr. Reed.
We speak, but
Thank you.
I'm not.
We speak more?
I want to talk to you more. I like talking to you.
Why not?
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
The man who raised me after the brutal murder of my parents. He's buried here.
And who was this man?
Paul Eldritch. One-time leader of Prewin. He killed my father in front of me. Helped me hunt my brother Ain after teaching me how to kill leeches.
Were both your parents killed by vampires?
Yes. And yet worse. My father returned to Dublin a vampire and tore out my mother's throat.
Really, Bob Joe, that's not a theory I came up with. I don't know where you heard that, but I am absolutely positive that Dr. Valen would never allow anyone to go through such pain and torment and misery and suffering, and like, you would have to be a real sadist to derive that kind of pleasure for some kind of operation that is exquisitely agonizing as that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm buying it.
How are you adapting to immortality?
I feel so powerful it gives me shivers. I could be the greatest vampire hunter ever. Your worst nightmare, in truth.
Will you hunt me down?
Not for now. But you had better behave, Doctor. Or I may change my mind.
Will you leave the guard now that you are what you are?
Are we not creatures of deceit? I could hide my nature from my men. Or name a successor. Go my own way. I know not yet my path.
I wouldn't recommend trying to hide it from your men. Like, I can't take 2 steps down a dark, foggy street and not get recognized as a vampire.
Farewell, my progeny.
Do not stretch your luck, Reed.
I own you. Don't stretch your. Don't forget that. All right, we got the thing. We gotta go back to our hideout and do the thingy thing. I guess it doesn't have to be the Pembroke Hospital hideout, but it's gonna be. Absolutely, 100% he is. Yes. He's putting on a tough face, and I respect him for that. Well, in my version, they wait, where am I? What is this place? In my version, they don't volunteer. It's not about being told. It's just that when they got shot up to a certain degree, then they undergo cyborg conversion. It's a life-saving measure, and all the soldiers want to stay in the fight to fight the aliens. So it's just assumed that that's what they wanted. You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that with your blood. I don't think we have that technology. That's technology beyond our capabilities, beyond earthly capabilities. One day the Ethereals will let us know of their ancient guarded secrets of can opening. It'll be a while though before we're enlightened on that path. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, interestingly enough, the Autobot is actually kind of correct about that one. Billy Bob. What's up with that teeth? Okay, time to get that antidote. I wonder if that antidote will cure my vampirism. Is that really? Okay.
Stay back, beast! Freeman shall prevail!
Yeah. Up here and then turn left. Oh, don't play innocent with me. I know your mind. Okay, we got everything we need. Well, that was easy.
The blend seems stable. Time to go and find Harriet in the sewers.
Oh, good. There's still an exclamation. Okay, I'm gonna try and find Dr. Swansea again. Maybe he's back. I probably have to sleep before he gets back, but... Oh, what is this? Music! Nope, he's not back. Yes, I think there's a good chance of that. My understanding is there's 8 chapters.
Was it me? Die, beast! I hear leeches. I'll send you to hell. Die,
Come on. Oh, I'm out of blood. That's why my powers aren't working. Okay. Alright.
Want some of this?
Want some of this?
Die, Vanning! Go on back to the shadows! Cannot be defeated!
That was a mistake.
Have faith, brothers!
Reed, get up! Get up! Don't turn your back on me! Oh, I really need blood. Okay, let's, You're watching Fallout 4, Let's Play the other day. Love seeing things I never knew. You wound up lying to Virgil about finding the serum though. Okay. Oh. I've been playing Fallout 4 lately. I started up the other day. Gotta go this way. Apparently if you do that, and then tell Virgil what happened to Swan, Virgil loses his essential tag and asks you to kill him. Oh. Okay, we are still a ways away. Okay.
It's an each!
Indeed, I too as well. I've played a lot of Fallout 4, but I've actually never finished it. I've never even made it as far as getting into the Institute. I don't remember, what's the best way? I think we go this way. And I think we can cross this dock by... Teleporting across? Yes. Okay, and that lets us... Oh boy. Alright. Once you get to the point where you're clearly not going to stun someone again before they run out of health, you should switch your big axe if you're not going to. Yeah, I'm meaning to actually set that up. Okay, so now I've got. I think this will work. I can do it this way. Yes, this way. Okay, so far my big stun mace is doing enough damage to take them out. Where am I going? It's to the right, actually. Yeah, right up there. I think you're right. I think we're getting there. You know better than I. I think you're the one who's finished this. Lord of the Rings mod for Mountain Blade. Okay, that's not a game I've played, but I played, oh, there was actually a really good Lord of the Rings game. I think it's Shadows of War. There was two of them, and one I liked a lot better than the other.
This place has been ransacked. They've all been slaughtered. Pre-one? No, not their style.
And who? Was it Lady Ashbury? Uh-oh. Lady Ashbury. Harriet Jones!
Where has Harriet gone? She must have left a trail I could follow.
Someone broke into her safe. It was an inside job. They did it for the money. There's a little epilogue that you play through after the end of the Epidemic storyline. Okay. Well, there's maybe a little bit of a blood trail here. Something's wrong. I can see it. Oh. Hello, horned vampire. You gonna speak more riddles to me?
Take not a step further, child, for you are unprepared.
You, at last. I wondered when you would show your face again. Step away. We have nothing to discuss.
Desist, child. You cannot confront the monstrosity unleashed upon this land without due preparation. I shall not allow it.
All right. But no more riddles. Enough of the obscure songs and prophecies. I ask questions, and you answer them.
My words have been as clear as crystal lakes, my child.
No.
You seem unwilling to drink, to listen, to learn.
Why did you choose me?
Only you could provide a modern, scientific answer to this ancient, mystical threat.
What kind of modern answer?
Disease, contagion, and contamination. How they course through veins is your dominion, my child. Your choices have made you. Only you can save this land.
Speak to me of this ancient threat.
The blood of hate. Vessel of the wrath of the goddess. When she awakens, a disaster will be born into this world, for she is hunger and anger.
It's clearly talking about Harriet.
What is your true appearance?
I do not understand. This is who I am.
Blood? You are made of blood. Surely you are joking.
That's a being of almost pure blood.
No, I'm not made of blood. I am blood.
Well, what's
Blood
that difference?
is what I am since my birth and for eternity.
That's not very scientific.
But who are you really? Tell me your name.
I am your maker. I am the servant of the Red Goddess and protector of this land. I have many names.
Okay, we just broke Mina. Mina's singing about potatoes.
Call me Merdin Wild, the Wild Horned Man.
Do you need snacks, Mina? Do you need potato chips?
I was born out of blood.
We're filth. We're filth. We come from filth. We're going to filth.
I'm here to stop Harriet Jones. She is the original carrier. The well from which this corruption...
Oh, you're saying potato. Okay, I understand. Mina, I'm sorry. It took me a minute.
Is no more. She has metamorphosed into an apocalypse. Born from, drenched in, and driven by the blood.
Right, because he's saying, I'm not made of blood, I am blood. I think... What? Those words mean that's the same!
What is the blood of hate?
It is the curse of the goddess. It is the hunger in you, the need for blood, the will to strike and to punish, to spit in the eye of God.
Tell me about this disaster, creature. I know London fell victim to such a thing in 1666.
A disaster is pure anger born through blood. Its name means bad star, for they only appear when our queen unleashes her unquenchable wrath upon the world.
And who is this queen?
She is the Red Goddess, the Queen of Blood. In my youth, 100 lifetimes ago, she was worshipped as the Morrigan. She is my mother. She is yours, too.
Oh.
The Morrigan, the Celtic goddess of war. Is this a ruse of some kind?
She has been worshipped in many forms throughout the ages. The true nature of the Red Queen is beyond your comprehension, eluding even mine. But know this, she is a vengeful mother.
So the disaster is some sort of accident. A disease vampires carry dormant in their blood, waiting to emerge.
That's your modern answer. But a disaster is at the same time both less and more.
Tell me what it is then.
Correct, Alwak.
A disaster is the pure will of our queen. Whenever she dreams of walking this earth, she awakes in this putrid vessel.
Alright, well, we learned some things.
I only wish to know how to put an end to this epidemic.
To perform an act so noble, you must protect yourself from its poisonous kiss, my child.
I know. McCullum used such a serum when trying to kill me. However, I have produced a more efficacious version of the antidote.
Your final task awaits you at the end of these tunnels. I've known for ages you were worthy of this challenge, my champion, Bittersweet.
What will happen thereafter? What future awaits me beyond these dark tunnels?
Your fate, my child, and the fate of this land. A disaster is about to enter this world to smite us all and teach us humility. You are our final hope.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Will it be over then? Once I've defeated this creature?
Yes. The threat will dissipate like so much smoke, for you will have purified its source.
And then what? What will become of me?
How would I know? I am no god, and your fate is in your own hands. For you are our champion.
I'm not your champion.
You tricked me. My sister died for your schemes. I have brought suffering and tragedy into this world. I am not, nor will I ever be your champion.
Very soon you'll come to know that sacrifice is sometimes necessary. I understand the grudge a child bears towards his father and mother. Be brave, my child.
Nice. All right. When do we drink the antidote? Oh wow, we've really gone off the path. All right. I guess we go this way. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, money. Got it. You know, it's important to keep our priorities straight. Loot, loot, loot. Money, money, money. The myth of the horned vampire, aka the jarless Kool-Aid Man. What is a tale but forgotten or mythicized history? By essence, vampires are related to the concept of immortality, and they can be perceived as entities that live through centuries, thus becoming mythical figures themselves. But what about the concept of a tale so old it could become a myth among the vampires? I know it may sound vertiginous, that's a word I don't know, but we know as scholars that the impossible is just an unexplained or undocumented event. For a few years now, I've tried to find traces of a figure rarely seen amongst the English immortals, the Horned Vampire. Oh yeah. Through centuries, less than 10 occurrences of this figure can be found in the various documents gathered by our order. The figure of a man-shaped silhouette, sometimes made of blood, sometimes Kool-Aid, sometimes made of mist or rain, that appears from Wales to Scotland only to immortals, who have no idea what this thing could be, and what kind of jar could contain it. What is a creature with large deer antlers? Is it related in any way to the figure of Cernunnos, the ancestral horned god of the Celts? We don't know at all, but now think about this. Vampires themselves have no idea of what this creature could be. Now that's a frightening idea. We may be in the presence of something so old that only small hints of its existence can be found through the eons, and they're only pennies a glass. If this is true, we, as Brothers of St. Paul, need to investigate this entity for it could help us understand the forgotten origins of vampires. As a reminder, I add this letter a transcription of the only written evidence we possess concerning the horned vampire. Oh yeah. The odd poem entitled The Dreams of the Red Queen, supposedly composed by this entity. According to some vampire testimonies, this creature has sometimes been heard singing "Oh yeah," while it briefly appearing somewhere in Great Britain. I invite all of our brothers to study this text and consider it a testament to forgotten history. 12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone, that she may linger longer with eyes kept closed. 11 thorns blooming from her troubled brow, awaiting the next harvest to be gleaned at brisk springs. 10 copper veins ripped from the belly of the earth, melted into tears flowing towards banished brothers. 9 glorious pyres on the scorched plain, to punish those whose hands were slowly to obey. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights, their backs hardened by their face with the sun. 7 notes of warning in the summer sky, compelling child to shielded sheets of sleep. 6 watchers bent on the hunting trails, shadows of their spears trace the tired furrows. 5 houses to fall before song's end, then 5 more reborn from their blackened ashes. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner, restlessly hung to the dark wood of his crimes. 3 books scribbled by pen of the dancer, who refuses to answer the call of the abyss. 2 giant rival snakes slither in an ageless forest, coiled to the bones of mortals destined for the grave, and a partridge in a pear tree, one prayer to summon them all, called by its song, child born from darkness whose path he must find. Myth of the horny vampire? I mean, we don't know. We don't know. It could be. We're going to punch the Red Queen. She is angry. Go up here. I honestly don't know. Is this like somewhere around here? Right, this is where we came from, okay. Beware? What? Beware what? Where are we? I don't... Okay, cool. I think we gotta... yeah. We gotta go back. We might have taken a wrong turn. In here. Anything? No? Good. Well, this looks like a boss fight arena. Oh, you know what this is? This is where we fought Fergal. Okay. I can't remember which door it came out of. I think it was this one. I want to go back the way I came. I want to get back to that long, narrow causeway that I was on before. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. So I think I just went in the wrong direction from here. Yeah, I went in the wrong direction. This was clearly the direction. It's right here. God damn it. Harriet!
Oh, I'm sick. So sick. Doctor, help me, please. I'm in such pain.
I'll be glad to be of assistance.
Ah, like your help, Doris. Liars! All of you!
Tetsuo! Kaneda!
I've been such a bad mother. But the Queen herself forgave me. Gave me another chance.
Harriet, you must stop all of this. I can't let you infect anyone else.
How dare you interfere with the Red Queen's plans, Doctor? How can you stop the course of nature?
Oh, I thought you were going to give her the antidote. Why did you take the antidote? Are you sick? Hello. Ow!
They took my daughter from me!
Oh, that's a hard thing to dodge.
Nobody ever helped me. I've been alone all my life.
Yeah, we're getting... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Is this anger I feel? Is it wrath? I think it is. Oh, how infinitely, how intensely, how irredeemably are you all going to suffer now?
Okay. I wonder if I can, Okay. Okay, she has no stun bar, so... Okay, we can feed off of her kids. I guess this'll do. They don't give me much blood, unfortunately. Ah! Don't! No! Ow! I don't know what...
For this is my body.
Okay. Guns. Oh yeah. No, I don't have guns. I don't have guns equipped. I'm going gunless for a while.
Feed your mother, child.
Okay. We gotta eat these. We gotta eat these. Come on, no. Okay, hold on, hold on. Where are... Oh, I missed them. Damn.
Blood, feed me, give me their lives.
I need to eat these blood kitties. Blood. Whoa! I don't know what that was, but...
I will regain me more. They are undone young.
Ouch! Oh, she's got a big side now. Ah, that's a new thing that she's got.
Blood, feed me, give me their lives.
This penny's a glass. I can't even see what she's doing to me. Like, are you ripping out my brains? That's kind of what it looks like. Whoops, hold on. Whoops. Oh, no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That was the wrong button. Alright, let's go back.
Do you think your champion defeated me, my child?
No one could ever defeat you, mother of us all, for you are our every root and leaf.
You've always been my most amusing son.
Then go back to sleep, my queen, and smile at us from your dreams.
Did they feel my wrath? Have they suffered enough?
More than ever, mother of us all.
Until the next time.
Until the next time.
We're just pawns in their
it's
game.
Over then, young Ekon. You have put an end to this terrible menace.
Old Bridget? What are you doing here?
This is my realm, Ekon. This is Suascal territory.
But they were all massacred by the monstrosity that Harriet became.
Others will come, engendered by deceitful vampires. I don't mean you, of course.
I thought you'd been slaughtered, with all the other Suascals.
I was up above, in search of help when Harriet suddenly turned into that thing. I have no idea what it was.
It's over now. London is no longer shrouded in the disaster's shadow. We're all safe.
Yes, you prevailed in the end. I hope you'll forgive me for the way I treated you when first you presented yourself at our gate.
No need to apologize, really.
Perhaps there will be no stories told or songs sung of what happened here today. But I'll know the truth. Jonathan Reed, newborn vampire, stepped forward and saved us all.
I'm honored to be part of this city's legend. Thank you, old Bridget. May I ask you just one question?
How could I refuse you anything now? I'll answer just as I answered Lady Ashbury. When we met a few nights ago.
Who are you? Really?
I was born with the name Bridget Eleanor Wellington. In 1738, my beloved and immortal husband decided to preserve my beauty and youth forever by making me drink his blood.
You were Lord Redgrave's wife. Then the pompous fool rejected you, did he not?
It was about 200 years ago. Peace found me in time. And I sincerely hope it will find you too, now that all is over.
No, it's not over. I may have ended the vampire epidemic, but I still need answers from the woman I love.
I feared you would say that. Go then, young Ekon, and face your fate. Just remember that I'll always be here for you.
Hudless, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate
London
that.
Has been cleansed. This catastrophe.
I'll answer your question in a minute.
Malignant will crossed paths with mortal imprudence. For now, we are safe. For now, my craving for blood remains. Red like hate, red like hunger, red as life and death, passing from one immortal to another. From predator to victim, patiently biding its time to rise again. London has been cleansed for now, but there's a simmering hatred, fear, and old grudges. When will we succumb, mortals and immortals alike? The next disaster is only a matter of time. My only hope now is to catch the woman I love, to understand why she fled, and unmask the secret that has been lurking in her blood for so long.
If there's more to this game to play, if there's more to this story, I will be continuing it. I was thinking of ending stream probably after this, but I don't want to make any. Give me a minute before I make any final commitments. Hey, I know that car. I passed that in the alleyway. I guess I just took it because I don't think it belonged to me.
Lady Ashbur's domain. Why am I not surprised it's not on any maps? I'd better hurry.
No, okay. All right. My understanding is that there's 8 chapters, and we're at Lady Cadbury. We've defeated the Kool-Aid Man or the Kool-Aid women, and now it's Lady Cadbury. We don't know where we are. Okay. Yeah, I am actually feeling pretty tired, so I was going to... This is the last bit. I'd say just push through and finish, and then there's not a lot left of the game. Okay. Alright, I can do that. I can push through a little bit longer. Yeah, if you say there's only a little bit more. Yeah, okay. If that's the case, let's see if we can push through to the ending. See what this is all about. Oh, hello. Hello, Kool-Aid Man.
Beautiful morn, my child. It looks like dawn is here at long last.
Can't you just leave me alone? Your precious queen has been sent back to the bottomless pit from whence she came. The nightmare is almost over.
I am here to say goodbye. The sun's warmth exhausts me. Soon I will rejoin my queen in her endless sleep. It is over. You did well.
So our beloved mother will just go back to sleep, now that enough people have suffered. Is that it?
No, Jonathan. The Morrigan has been appeased because you dared confront her. You have prevailed, my bittersweet champion.
And what are you to her? Her counterpart? Her opponent in some timeless game?
She is my mother. My dreadful and sour-tempered mother. She is yours too, in a way, but you are not born from her terrible womb like me. You are but a distant child.
What does she seek? Revenge? Retribution?
She seeks nothing, since she only dreams of it. In the ancient tongue, when I was young, her name meant Ghostly Queen. Pray she never fully awakens, for her wrath knows no bounds.
Why is she so angry? I think she needs some counseling.
Why did Harriet Jones become a disaster?
You are the doctor. You hold the knowledge needed to answer such a question. Have you the answer?
I noticed that all the Icors were female, as if a male couldn't endure the metamorphosis. Harriet was also a bitter and resentful woman, as was her daughter.
If the Morrigan prefers despoiled women to become the vessels of her wrath, we should be thankful that but one disaster hath been cast upon this wobbling world.
Icors seem to carry various diseases. They did not merely turn people into skulls. Their presence alone spreads death.
Who knows whether the Red Queen awakens when cursed mortals endure such epidemics, or if the contagions emerge like a curse as she awakes.
Maybe there's a Red Queen awakening right now.
This is not over. I am here to find the true origin of the blood of hate.
'Tis unwise to interfere with a tale rooted so deeply in the suffering of others.
What will happen to Ascalon? Will you let them run the country from the shadows?
I don't interfere with petty political intrigues. Ascalon was built upon the lie of a lineage. Such a deceit cannot last forever.
But Lord Redgrave definitely possessed Marshall's blood. Untainted blood from the greatest vampire knight.
Really? I wonder how he managed to acquire it. Perhaps I should retrieve this artifact before going back to sleep.
What will become of the vampire hunters?
In their leader, you now have a spy behind enemy lines. By guiding your progeny, you may yet protect your immortal friends for some time to come. If you dare.
Oh, I made the right choice then, making that Calhoun guy our progeny.
What will become of the Brotherhood?
I foresee trouble for them now that your progeny considers becoming the new primate.
But I'm certain the current primate has no wish to resign.
Exactly. And I am not fully convinced your progeny truly understands what dreadful power he is about to defy.
No. I must know why Elizabeth fled here when I discovered she was the original healthy carrier.
No, she is not what you say she is. That is a secret you will discover soon enough.
And you? Why are you here? Which new thread of which old twisted plan are you seeking to pull now? Tell me the truth.
I am just here to salute my sons, and to bid them fare thee well.
Your sons? Plural? My God, will you ever stop speaking in riddles?
Perhaps I am too old for your spoken language. Perhaps you now have so many subtle words you no longer hear the simplest ones.
Tell me about William Marshall. Why is his blood so strong?
He is not stronger than you, only older. You are strong, Jonathan Reed. a champion of your time, chosen to defeat a threat spawned of this generation.
Is he here? Is William Marshall here? Is that why you're here now, too?
Have I not already answered that question?
His blood was not tainted. The blood Lord Redgrave possessed. That which I used in the serum. But what if it had been?
Then you would have failed, I suppose. For the blood of hate would have corrupted you too.
When he fought me, Geoffrey McCullum used a serum made of King Arthur's blood. Since then, I have discovered that it was vampire blood. Whose blood was it?
How did you discover that? I must have missed a part.
The blood of a king. The blood of the champion I chose to save this land in its time of greatest peril.
King Arthur was also your progeny. Why am I not surprised?
Yes, he was. But he failed in the end. And for centuries the land suffered his defeat.
Who are your sons? Why do you bid them farewell now?
You are my son, as is William Marshall.
Okay. I kind of saw that coming.
Madness. How many have you created? Who else? Shakespeare? Isaac Newton? Alfred the Great? Francis Drake? Thomas More? Guy Fawkes?
My progeny is scarce, for I rarely feel the urge to protect this land anymore. But yes, one of those you named is your immortal brother. Maybe you shall meet one night.
So that is all we are to you.
I could easily see a sequel to this game being pretty good.
Born from a dreaming devil.
No. You are my sons. I am proud of you. I mourn when you fail.
Speak clearly then, and answer my last question.
What is it?
Did I defeat the epidemic?
Now you've found the castle, Jonathan Reed. Only you can answer that. Farewell, my
Yeah, what is this castle? Why are we suddenly at a castle? I feel like I missed something there too.
I cannot enter. The castle walls look decrepit. Maybe I can find a way to sneak in.
She has a castle? Man, that's cool. Yeah, these walls don't look too great. They're being held up by wooden supports. It's really weird that, like, he has this very intermittently useful teleport ability that feels like it would be totally useful in getting around this or over this wall. But game says no. No. Run around. Run around. It's pretty, though. This is pretty. This is actually pretty. Okay. Not going that way.
It's locked, all right. The lady of the manor isn't expecting visitors. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think I smell Elizabeth's perfume. She must be...
Dear Lady Ashbury, thank you for your recent letter and all the good news it contained. I cannot wait to finally meet you when you arrive in London. The garden is beautiful under the summer sky, although I noted your wish to avoid heat and direct sunlight because of your frail health. You're welcome any day. We'll discuss this wonderful idea of yours concerning the foundation of an orphanage for young ladies, inspired by the French Maison Royale de Saint-Louis. Sadly closed when the French people chose. My God, I can't even write these words down. chose to cut their king's head off. Such a place, good on them. Such a place, destined to provide good education to gifted and poor orphan girls, will surely excite my friends here in the city. You can count on me and my influence to help make your project a huge success. Able to leap tall buildings defeated by a wayside gate. Yes, it's my kryptonite. I know that girl. I know her. It's pretty. I know that guy. Portrait of Dr. Jonathan Reed. She's...
Elizabeth, my love. You allow my portrait to watch over you while you sleep. I'm flattered. This castle is falling apart.
Picture of Lady Ashbury in Paris, 1888. Yeah, she likes me. I'm pretty cool, you know.
That sweet fragrance. Elizabeth's perfume. She was here, and recently.
Yeah. She sensed someone was breaking into her place, so she ran to her panic room. Vincent van Gogh. Awesome. Lady Ashbury, I like your haircut. Serious eyes.
This painting looks suspicious.
Which painting? Which? What? This one? Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. I don't know which painting you're referring to. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, maybe that's King Arthur fighting the Blood Girl. Wait. Yeah, we just did a circle. We did a circle. Yeah. Is this a circle? Yeah, okay. This is a circle. Lady Ashbury. I don't have all day. Come on. That's where I came down. We've been in here? I can't remember. Yeah, we came in here. I don't think we went down here. Okay. Stairway to nowhere. Okay. Spidey senses? Oh, yeah. That's a pretty good idea. And Jacob Blackwood in Versailles. Okay, that's the... Okay, I'm lost. Or rather, I mean, Lady Ashbury, you're winning. Hide and seek. You're... Oh, look at that. Sword in the moon?
A sword and a moon are the symbols I should look for.
Sword in the moon. Okay. Crazy. I saw that. Old contract. Dear Miss Ashbury, when we last communicated, you asked for the conveyance of a large coffin from Temple Church, London, to the crypt of the Ashbury Castle in Scotland. I'm happy to report your request has finally been validated. My drivers have been informed that for security reasons, guards must always protect the coffin. You have hired these individuals who will be waiting for us in London. They also have been informed that under no circumstances should the carriage try to pass a river by boat, but always by road and bridges, for the precious wood and the relics inside the coffin cannot be exposed to humidity and moisture. You'll find a detailed quote for the entire operation attached to this letter. We are ready to go to London as soon as payment is received in full. Very respectfully, Samuel Lewis. Okay, keep an eye out for Sword and Moons. Sword and Moons, everyone. Keep an eye out. We're looking for swords, we're looking for moons. We're looking for crescent moons and swords. That's not a moon, that's a sun. That's the opposite of a moon. And not at all like a sword. Nope, not a sword, not a moon. Kind of, broom, kind of like a sword, but not. Hello? Oh yeah, we saw that, okay. Looking for a sword, looking for a moon. It is a really bad sword. Oh, game to...
What are these symbols? I can feel a mechanism, but it doesn't work. One last switch, and...
Yeah, so we found the sword. Okay, and...
Here's another switch.
Birdie.
I should keep looking.
Flower. Gonna be a moon. It's gonna be a moon switch somewhere around here. I guess I would never have seen that before if it wasn't glinting and glowing. Oh, hello.
One last switch, and...
I did it. Sword and moon.
Voila.
Just ignore any purple hearts, yellow horseshoes, or green clovers. Ancient Tome. Found in an ancient tomb. An angel came to me. Blessed be to God. Michael appeared to me last night in all his glory, shaped in glorious blood, to grant me eternal life at the dusk of my life. The apparition was so sublime and terrible that I could not help but lower my head and close my eyes. Struck by the divine gift, I fell to the ground, only to awake the next night. You will serve me as you served your kings, and the angel before, striking me with all his power. You will protect this land through the eons to come. For all who knew me, I should now hide and retreat, for they consider me dead. Soon I will leave the company of men to serve my new purpose. Blessed be God. Michael appeared to me last night in my retreat under Temple Church and asked me to prepare for battle. The land must be saved. Death is everywhere. The Black Death, an epidemic sent by the devil himself to punish mortals all over the world. My arm is strong. In the name of God, I shall smite the enemies of mankind. England shall prevail. It is almost 20 years since my fight started against the devil, and the end is uncertain. From time to time, the plague, the Black Death, reappears in a village, in a town, and each time the vicious minions of hell approach to get their share of the mortals' suffering. Vampires, dreadful creatures. I won't let this land collapse until my last breath. I'll serve and protect England. Tonight in the small village of Hoddesdon, I met the most delicate soul I've ever for a long time. She was singing for the dead, singing for those she knew and loved, those killed by the new plague outbreak, without fearing for her own life. Her voice moved me, so I chose to let her live. I offered her eternal life as a reward for her virtue and most pious attitude. Her name is Elizabeth Englewood. I'm not alone anymore. Together we shall praise God in all his glory for the eons to come. So is Ashbury King Arthur's wife? My heart is breaking. My soul is bleeding. Tonight my dear Elizabeth left me. I have taught her all I knew, all she needed to know. Now she must walk her own path through the ages. This is her wish, and I will respect it. Elizabeth Englewood, my sweet daughter, is gone for now. She wants to be known as Elizabeth Blackwood. I made her a promise. If she ever comes back to Hoddesdon, she will find me there, managing the Bull Inn her parents owned before dying. William Marshall shall disappear for a few times too, now that the Black Death is no more. Until we meet again, I shall be known as William Thorne, waiting for my angel to come back. The devil is at work again. The great plague is back, reaping thousands of lives in London. I must sell the Bull Inn and go there. Once more William Marshall shall protect the land. What have I done? I let the devil infect me. My God. No, stop. Why do you do that? What have I done? I let the devil infect me. God, forgive me. The terrifying creature I had to defeat was a demon straight from hell, an abomination of the flesh, a walking apocalypse. I had to trap the dreadful creature in St. Paul's Church and set the building on fire. Without the advice of Michael, I don't know if I could have defeated my enemy. The flames cleansed the city of the demon's presence, but half of London burned down. Ever since, I have dreamt of a red flood, a slaughter and rage. It's like the disaster had tainted my blood, my very soul. For the first time in centuries, I am afraid. I shall crawl back to my retreat and pray God for mercy for my infected soul. Elizabeth came back to me. She said she felt my pain and rushed to save me. My poor daughter, blinded by rage, intoxicated by the blood of hate. I bid her. She fled, shocked by my betrayal. I laughed and cried as she cursed me. God, have I betrayed you? Have you abandoned me? My prayers have been heard. I have found the strength to resist the need for blood, the never-ending hunger. My poor Elizabeth, will you ever forgive me? I've heard you now kill and take pleasure in bloodbath with this new progeny of yours. You're a victim in all this. What have I done? I swear I will find a way to make amends of what I have done to you. I swear I shall only rest once I know how to appease the blood of hate. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole finally agreed to meet me in London. They proposed to meet inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the wit and solemnity of these men. What a symbol to choose the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There, in the sacred silence of the church, and under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against this evil creature, the Dosastro, the Eater of Stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop the blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back to me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, this ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul, and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord. It took me more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate, but I may finally have found it. Soon the rage shall end. Soon I may repair the wrong I did and cleanse my failures. Now all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood, the purest heart, mixed with the blood of a king. To find such rare ingredients is not what worries me the most, for the time is on my side. It's the last part, pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink this antidote. But if that's the price I have to pay to cleanse my soul... Stop it. Correct me my mistakes. I am ready to endure this excruciating pain. It just does that. It just randomly just like exits back to that menu, and like I'm not even touching anything. This is Marshall's diet. Yeah, I was wondering if Marshall and Arthur were maybe the same person, but probably not. I finally managed to gather all the ingredients needed to concoct a tear of angels, blood of the purest heart for the fortitude, blood of a king for courage, garlic essence for the painful cleansing. After months of impatience, almost made mad by the hunger, I waited again and again until finally Elizabeth cautiously came to me. As promised, I had chained myself to be sure I would not attack her again. I did not recognize my sweet daughter at first, for she only was Lady Blackwood now, the dreadful mistress of the dark who took delight in slaughter and carnage and friends. She smirked as I apologized and cried for what I had inflicted to her. She shouted at me when I tried to explain to her that my bite had infected her, had given her the blood of hate, now burning in her veins, in her soul. I told her I had found a cure, and that I had managed to create 1 dose of antidote. I gave it to her, to give her back her previous peaceful life. In exchange, I only asked her to take care of me, for I intended to be locked down in my tomb, chained if necessary, to impeach me from feeding on any immortal or immortal. She reluctantly took the tear of angels and left. I hope to see her again soon, cured and at peace. 1794. She came back to me finally, cured and healthy, joyful, my Elizabeth. She told me she had drunk the antidote about a year ago in France, after witnessing and taking part in the massacre of an entire orphanage caused by the blood of hate. That's when the Lady Blackwood died, she said. She promised she would take care of me now. That's all I ask as I repent for all the murdered souls caused by my negligence for more than 100 years. In 1795, my dearest daughter came back last week to tell me good news. She has recently bought the castle in Scotland. She will soon finance the renovation of the castle crypt to provide me a new retreat, far from temptation, far from noisy, crowded cities. I can't wait to embrace the solitude, find the peace I need to refrain from killing. God, please give me the strength to resist the urges during the journey from London to my new domain. Before I leave, I should give a copy of these memoirs to the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, without the most shameful and sensible information, of course. Soon I shall leave London to pursue my penance. There I shall find peace at last, with the support of my resuscitated Elizabeth. Yeah, so the memories we read earlier were excerpts from this original tome. Did you see that? Oh, there's something. There's like a glowy thing looking at us up there.
Drop your... You have nothing to be afraid of.
Shall we abandon this then? Shall we lower our heads?
No. Never. You taught me that.
Blood is approaching. Old but young. How strange. Shall I drink it? Smite it?
No, Father. He is a friend. Please, rest. I'll take care of it.
Caution, Elizabeth. Deceit runs through these veins.
I know, Father. What took you so long, Jonathan?
Is this really him?
Yes. This is William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, servant of 5 mortal kings, former regent and savior of England. The greatest knight who ever lived, according to some.
And you called him father?
For he gave me eternal life, and much more.
I have so many questions, Elizabeth.
You always had questions, Dr. Reed.
Now that I stand before you both, in this vault, I know not where to begin.
We still have a few minutes left.
Where are we? What is this place?
This is the Ashbury estate. I inherited the title when I purchased the castle.
Is this your retreat? Something of a secret place?
It's more of a sanctuary, really. This is where I take care of my father. Ever since he became unwell.
Are you not afraid someone might discover you here? It's not that hard to find.
Do not assume that I would hesitate to silence anyone who tried to reveal my secret. Fortunately, it has rarely come to that.
Why did you flee here?
When you told me I was the healthy carrier, I had nowhere else to go.
You mean you had to return to the real source of this scourge?
Yes, to end it, once and for all.
Will you go back to London?
No, Jonathan. I do not intend to.
And what of your daughter?
Charlotte is a strong, independent woman who's about to come into money. I took care of everything. Now it's time for her to shape her future.
I have destroyed the disaster, this creature that Harriet Jones had become. The epidemic is no more, and London will recover. In time.
Yes. You did well, Jonathan. You truly saved the city.
Yes, we did. Despite all obstacles. I'm truly convinced we did it together, Elizabeth.
I cannot bear knowing I was the cause of all this. Through the use of my own blood.
No. This catastrophe was the result of unethical experimentation. And the will of a creature so inexplicably evil, she exceeds all the terrible wonders I have seen since my death.
But it was my blood all along. My corrupted blood of hate. The poisoned blood of my father. A healthy carrier. That's all I am.
Why are you hiding William Marshall here?
How could I not take care of him? He sacrificed himself by giving me the only dose of antidote he had.
He gave you the antidote?
Yes. And in doing
We read that. It was in the diary. We know this.
Confined here, and yet he volunteered. That's how great a man William Marshall was, and still is.
What do you do for him?
I visit him as often as possible. I paint the landscapes he will never see again. I feed him with my blood.
You feed him? You barely sustain yourself on the weak blood of the dying, yet you give him your blood?
After he saved me from the blood rage, I swore I would never kill to feed. He said the same.
Is he dangerous?
What do you think? He is a thirsty echo who has not fed in centuries. An elder vampire, driven by an urge to kill and spread the blood of hate.
No redemption, then.
And yet he thinks he has been offered immortality by the angels to protect the feeble and to smite the unholy.
Can he communicate?
Yes. Sometimes he even seems like the noble knight who saved and raised me. But you know, the malice never fully leaves his eyes.
We could cure him.
It's too late. The blood of hate has run for too long. The antidote would not work on him. I tried. Believe me, I tried.
William Marshall infected you. He is the true, original carrier.
Yes. But he saved me by sacrificing himself.
Saved you? How?
The tears of angels. The cleansing of impure blood by an older, more powerful blood. It worked on me, did it not?
Yes. Blood is the definitive key to our species. Scowls, cleansing, lineage. Do you really think it worked?
It has, Jonathan. I was nothing but a beast who took pleasure in slaughter. I roamed across Europe, reaping my bloody crop. It was the blood of hate. But my father's antidote cured me.
Who are you, really?
How could I answer that? I went through many lives and identities to reach this day.
Yeah, and she's still holding a big sword.
And that's all I wish to be.
Maybe you could put that down when you're talking about the blood of hate and how how much of a killer you used to be.
I understand. And I respect your desire for privacy.
Thank you, Jonathan.
It seemed like the right thing to do, although I do wish I knew more.
How did you meet William Marshall?
He was an Ekon for centuries when he found me.
Snacky, how you doing?
Certain death.
This is the end of the game, by the way. I don't know. This is big spoiler territory. Big spoiler warning for you right here, right now.
Why did he choose you?
You should ask him that.
Did you ever blame him?
Not even when he was infected and bit me. He is my father. He raised me. He taught me how to behave.
What about us?
What do you mean?
You know my feelings towards you, Elizabeth. But you left without a word. So I'm worried about your feelings towards me.
I love you, Jonathan. I've loved you since the moment I saw you rescue poor Mr. Hampton in that filthy slaughterhouse. Forgetting the danger as you turned your back, like the newborn fool you were.
You should have told me.
No, Jonathan. The William Marshall myth lies at the heart of so many hostile plans. I could not risk jeopardizing his safety.
So why did you come here? You knew I would follow you.
Lady Slashbury.
I can't let you go.
Because I know now the blood of hate is still in my veins. No one but I can put an end to this tragedy.
I can help you. You can trust me, Elizabeth.
I'm a man of science.
You have been the most loyal ally these last few weeks. But this is my duty.
Would your protege agree to speak with me? I have so many questions for him.
Go on, Jonathan. But be careful.
Why, does he have a sword too?
Yes?
So, William, my God, you really are William Marshall. You served Richard the Lionheart and his brother, King John. It is such a privilege to meet you.
I did in my day. Come closer if you want to speak. For my hearing isn't what it used to be.
My, what big teeth you have.
What is it you want then?
I found your research on the antidote. The tears of the angels. What ingredients did you use?
Once I understood what the ingredients were, I used the tears of King Richard and the pure blood of the valiant Boadicea.
King Richard and Boadicea? How did you find such relics?
It took me many years to locate their hiding place. Then I had to learn the formula. If I recall, it belonged to an ancient brotherhood. The Order of St. Paul, I believe.
And did it work?
Yes. The tears cleansed my poor Elizabeth's blackened heart. It was such a blessing to see her smile again.
I found and defeated the disaster that was threatening to smite London. You should know that the city is safe for now, Sir William.
Then may I call you brother? Did you resist its poison? Even a scratch from a beast so evil could endanger you and all those you care for.
You also defeated one in 1666. Who was it?
She was a malicious witch who spread plague throughout the city with her army of rats. She had been hiding in a bakery in Pudding Lane for months when I finally found her.
How did you defeat it?
We fought for hours. In the end, I had to lock her in St. Paul's Cathedral and burn the building down. I wanted to be sure she was destroyed.
The blood of hate. How does it affect you? Do you feel it now?
The blood of hate? Yes. Nothing more than a sneeze, really. A sneeze held for so long, you could blow a fortress down if you released it.
I would like to ask you about vampires.
Vampires?
Vampires aren't real.
What about them?
Considering your experience, please tell me what you know.
They are terrible creatures. I have seen and fought many in my time. Foul temptresses with sharp claws and shrieking beaks.
I have never seen such a creature. What are you talking about?
Of course you've never seen a creature like them. Vampires are deadly, swift and implacable.
Where did you encounter such creatures?
The last time I saw one was in a Celtic temple near Salisbury. A terrible and god-forsaken place full of ghosts and pestilence.
Oh, that makes sense. Salisbury steaks, and use the steaks to kill the vampire. That's, I understand. I now understand the origin of that term.
Can we speak about the Morrigan?
The Red Queen? What of her?
You met her, did you not?
Just once. But she never ceased to sing to me. I love her song. It is a song of blood and war. I only wish she would sometimes let me rest.
Do you know who she is?
I don't want to discuss this in front of my sweet Elizabeth.
Why?
For a time, she too could hear the Red Song. The steps she danced to its melody brought pain upon the world.
Do you remember Myrddin, your maker?
Only God is my maker, for he created everything on this earth. He blessed me with eternal life through his archangel, Michael.
But Myrddin, Michael, is a vampire. He made you a blood-sucking creature of the night.
Blood, yes. I used to drink it from the throats of the unworthy. Then I was punished for my deceit. During my penance, I rely entirely upon my sweet Elizabeth.
We knew that King Arthur was a vampire, right? I guess Myrddin was the one who made King Arthur as well? No, wait. King Arthur was made by the horned guy. Is the horned guy Myrddin?
Tell me about Elizabeth. How was she infected?
I do not wish to discuss it.
Please, Sir William. I need to know what the blood of hate is. How is it transmitted?
After defeating the disaster in St. Paul's Cathedral, I returned to my retreat, infected. This is where my sweet Elizabeth found me, for she heard my pain from across the sea.
Where is this retreat you mentioned?
In London, under Temple Church, beneath my empty tomb. I always loved to sleep there while listening to the bell above.
Well, yeah, I know that Myrddin is Merlin. I've seen that spelling of Merlin before.
What happened then?
The blood of hate had twisted me into a rage-filled man. I attacked my progeny and infected her too. Forgive me, Elizabeth. I failed you.
You bit her again? Is that how she was infected with the disaster's blood? I think I understand now.
Elizabeth fled, and I fell to my knees, begging for forgiveness. I swore I would find a way to make things right.
How did you meet Elizabeth?
Times were tough. I had awakened to protect the land from a new plague. I heard her sing for her dead family. Singing for her death to come. I chose to save her.
When was that?
It was so long ago. A few years after Elizabeth of England and Catherine of France established their alliance against Spain.
What did you do?
I raised her as my progeny. After she left to see the world, I rebuilt her deceased parents' inn. Owned it as William Thorne for a time. Those were good years.
Did you really sacrifice yourself to save her?
That was the only righteous path. The blood of hate made me betray her. I am at peace here. I can think about what I've done and how I failed.
Do you not want to be cured?
No. This hunger is mine. I would feel empty without it. It has been part of me for so long. All I want is quiet. Silence.
Strange to think of hunger as not a sense of emptiness. Like, you would think that the absence of hunger would be a sense of fullness, but that's an interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. That's all. That's all. I think it's interesting.
Here, then?
Yes. Once I was sure she was cured, I asked to be locked down here. I deserve it. The world needs it.
We could set you free. Let you out. Isn't that what you want?
I pray for the day I'll see the sky again. I have all but forgotten its colors. I could walk and do so many things beneath the stars. But I doubt it will be wise to release me.
Then will you stay here and repent?
Elizabeth told me it will not be long now. I cannot wait to feel the sweet caress of her hand on my cheek after so long as she releases me. Has the time come?
Yes, Father.
Why not unleash me then? To see the sky a final time?
You already are the sky, and all its stars.
I'm not defeated, for I welcome the sword you bear, for it is mine.
You were never defeated, my lord. Farewell, Father. And to you also, Jonathan.
What do you mean?
I can't stand what I've become. This healthy carrier, as you put it. The flames will purify the poison that runs in my veins.
No! I won't allow this to happen.
I am death, Jonathan. Wherever I go, I can't stand it.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, champion of Myrddin, chosen to save England from the vampire epidemic. I could cure you.
What do you mean?
We are creatures of blood, Elizabeth. Everything about us is in our blood. With time, I could perfect the antidote William Marshall gave you. Trust me, for time is on our side.
That is a risk I cannot take, Jonathan. I won't bring another such disaster into this world.
Elizabeth, no. Trust me. I can save you.
How could I trust you, Jonathan? How could I take such a chance?
I'll stay here with you then. as long as we must until I find a cure.
You have no idea what you're talking about, Jonathan. Despite his madness, William was strong enough to start the centuries. I doubt we can do the same.
We will lock ourselves down then. I'll get all the material I need and I'll perform my research here with you until you're cured.
Are you mad? Who would take care of us? Who would free us if it takes decades or even more?
Old Bridget will take care of us.
You are serious, aren't you? You really are ready to do this?
I love you, Elizabeth. I can do this. Please, stay with me.
I believe you. This is crazy, but...
And I just met you.
I believe you, Jonathan.
There's lots of snacks scurrying around the floor. Just don't let her bite you.
One prayer for the summoned, called by this song. Child born from darkness, whose path ye must find. Now the song is sung, and your path chosen. England is safe, for you have prevailed. I bid you farewell, my champion bittersweet. You found yourself a newer quest, and so I leave you to it. My queen sleeps once again, and I'll soon join her slumber, until alas she rises, woken by the hunger never fed.
Alright, that was a good game. I liked it. That was, very, definitely had that epic kind of it. I think I liked this better than the Star Wars game that I played last. It was definitely a slow burner. There were certainly times when I would like stream this for a couple of hours and think, oh, this is kind of boring, but it picked up in the end. The last couple of streams I did were actually quite exciting, and I had been looking forward to playing this. Yeah, it was really good. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's always sad when a good story ends. This is nice. Well, now we'll have to think what we're going to do next. I have some ideas on what our next adventure game will be. But of course, if you go on my Discord, there are some there's a game suggestions channel where I have posted games that I have that I would like to play, and so if you want to pick one of those, or put a thumbs up, and then I can pick one of those. BioShock, yeah. Oh, Hornick. So Hornick is a. I have BioShock Infinite. That is on the list. I've only played a little bit of it, so that's certainly that. I think that falls within that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm glad that you urged me to finish this, Bard. Thank you very much for that, and thank you all for hanging out. I'll give some thought to what we'll play on Thursday, and in the meantime, why don't we go over to have I already played Star Trader Frontiers? No, I haven't. Why don't you send me a link to it? Okay, so who are we going to read? I think we should go... it looks like